We do dealer change every 30 minutes, right?
Every 30 minutes?
Yeah.
At 15. And then they're going to do one at 15, and then they do one at the 30, and then every 30 after that.
It's doing it searching for me, so it's not letting me.
So we could start with one and then do one at.
Tournament players, if I could have your attention really quick. We have 409 entries in this event. That's going to be $102,250 in the prize, but we more than doubled the guarantee. Thank you so much for coming out to the very first stop, the Poker Atlas Tour. We are so happy to have you here. So happy this first event went so well. Please remember, this is event 1 of 12. We are going to be doing this for the next 2 weeks. We have over $1 million in guarantee, and at this current pace, we have over $2 million in guarantee. If things keep going, that's how it's going to go. We very much appreciate you having here. Please keep coming back to Texas Card House.
Attention Houston poker players, May 18th through May 30th at Texas Card House Houston. Over $1 million in tournament guarantees in the Poker Atlas Tour. 12 big tournament events including the $200,000 guaranteed Mystery Payday event, the $100,000 guaranteed Pot Limit Omaha Payday bonus, and the $500,000 guaranteed No Limit Hold'em title event. Buy-ins range from $300 to $1,100. Full event details, structures available at texascardhouse.com and on Poker Atlas.
Good evening and happy Monday. Welcome to TCH Live from Texas Card House in Austin, Texas. I'm William Whitey, the New York Nit, with you this evening as we're well into May now. Going to play a little 2-5 No Limit Hold'em on this fine Monday evening. You all probably just saw the promo for the series we got going on in Houston. I was just out there this past weekend, put a couple of bullets into that mystery bounty, a couple of donations towards that massive prize pool they got out there. Really nice room. So check that out. Looks like we are going to be getting started with a $10 PLO bomb pot as usual. I see all the 10s out there. Everyone gets 4 cards. We go straight to the flops, and then perhaps chaos ensues. See some of our regulars in the chat already. I see David binking on the gamble. Good for you.
I've been taking care of work and getting ready for a wedding.
Kyle, I'm going to try not to mess this up.
Whose wedding?
No, it's my wedding.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You did tell me that.
Yeah.
When is that?
I'll get these cards shuffled up here, and then we'll get going. Looks like a pretty fun lineup. I see Optimize. I think I see Prestige. See the other faces momentarily. All right. Here comes some cards. Don't know who's pitching them. We'll see momentarily. 4 cards. Russell, okay, Russell in the box. And first flop, a couple of clubs there. Bottom flop also has a queen. A bit more rainbowy. I see queens and 7s for Optimize. Aces for Tillman. No one, I don't think anyone has a giant piece of this. Nostramamus, I think, has an open enter up top. The 4 pair on the bottom, I see Tillman with trip 4s. Nostramamus appears to have 10 high clubs and the best clubs. It's Prestige making it 60, though, with the dry ace of clubs. Broadway draw that's no good. He's really got nothing going on the bottom. Optimize calling with his turn straight that's dead, and then his queens and 7s, which are losing to Tillman's aces and 4s right now. To the rivers we go, 4 ways. King of clubs and a 3 of diamonds. Nostramamus does not have a straight flush because this is PLO. You have to play exactly 2 cards in your hand, 3 on the board. So she does just have the 10 high clubs. And we check through. She and Tillman are going to chop it up. Tillman's aces up good on the bottom. His aces and 4s. Actually, his 4's full of aces, rather. He's got it both. That's even better. Aces up would have been good, too.
It looked like a pretty straight flush for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah. For a second, you think you got a straight flush. Then you remember what game you're playing. Still did the job, though. Second nuts was sufficient there.
Oh, yeah, I guess I didn't go over that. Thank you, Patty.
So we start with the chop. Oh, there, Jedi Master Ted, Poker Monkey, Frank.
Quad 9. Quad 9, 600. So yes, 10?
Just heard them mention the quads of the day. Quad 9s for $600, I believe. I saw the other day it was 5s and somebody hit it for like $1,600. And congratulations to that player. The way the quads of the day works here in Austin, whatever the quads are, in this case 9s, you get a pocket pair of those in your hand and you make quads and you win the jackpot. Full rules at texascardhouse.com.
Well, I guess now.
I think we're getting a chip count here for seat 1, so buy-in for this game is initially capped at 2K, then it's a full match stack after the first hands, which just transpired. So I think you'll see this game escalate a little bit.
She just told me what it was. So she doesn't know. And if you need it, you can put it on in a second. Or after this
Anyone
game.
got plans for their Memorial Day weekend coming up?
29, yes. All right.
I'm going to watch a whole bunch of racing, and then I'm going to get my car. I'm going to drive for 2 days. I'm going to go to Vegas.
2K.
I'm going to spend a month and a half playing poker in Vegas.
Patty, you be 10, please.
If you happen to see me out there, feel free to say hi, whether it's at WSOP or at some other casino. I'm sure I'll get around, especially if I manage to not hurt myself this time. Certainly going to find some other place to make my first gas stop this year. Didn't go so good last year. Chris is looking at some aces. His night looks to be off to a promising start, especially when Snoopy throws in that 3-bet up to 110. Use it to your ears when you've got it. Do we 4-bet or do we call here? The answer is the 4-bet. Understandable when you're out of position to go for the 4 there. And Snoopy, of course, going to fold, given that he was bluffing. You got to put that raise in if you want to have the ability to get stacks in on later streets when you're out of position. In position, you could be more inclined to flat, since you could be assured that you'll have the chance to fire at least 3 times. Poker Monkey, I see you in July, probably. I'll be around. Gonna play a whole bunch of mixed games. And then I'm gonna play a whole bunch of Hold'em tournaments, like smaller Hold'em tournaments. And if things go good, maybe I play the main again. I played it for the first time last year, and I busted weight day 2. Had a couple of fun stories, though. My first ever main event hand was aces. Now you see the weirdness with the $50 straddle on. We just saw ace queen folds with single raise. Don't do that, guys. Don't do that. Ace queen should have been popping it in there. Spoken like a true tournament player, as neither player connecting on this Jack 5-4. Chris, our 3-better, is going to put out that small C-bet and going to get the job done. Good luck, Poker Monkey.
Thank you for the extra 25, potentially.
Clarence, you're asking what happened to the audio? What audio? The table audio? My audio?
All right, Graham's out here.
Let us know.
Double up? What happened? What I missed?
He just won the first hand, so he's done. He's out here.
I'm going to take it out.
It's gonna buy the tournament as soon as it opens.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, so my first hand was aces, and
Just change the game to that.
I'm thinking, am I going to be that guy? And I wasn't, thankfully. The aces, just the 3-bet just got through there. Day 2, I got to knock out Kitty Quo.
No, my son called me earlier today, or he texted, and he was like, "There's this guy here from Guardian, from Taylor Morrison Home Builders."
60 to go?
60?
60, yes, ma'am.
And I said, "Don't let him
Five
in.
calls,
Yeah,
six
I don't know.
calls, seven
We don't have an
calls.
appointment. I don't know who that is." And I told him, I was like, "Tell him I'm unavailable right now." And
All right, we got 3
and
players.
then when my daughter got home, just a few minutes later, she said, "Oh, that's the second time he's been here. He was here the other day."
6
when
is still ahead here.
delivering your new bed. And I was like, okay. And I said, did he say who he was? Well, he gave my son
Let's
a
see.
picture of
Mike
his
Bell.
contract.
9
So I
bet,
called him and left
65.
a message.
Put the $65 bet in there with what is the best hands.
Something over here is making
5
me
fold,
sneeze.
8 fold.
He called us.
Yeah, the knockout story isn't even all that epic. I just want to flip, but that's how I got her.
With Taylor Morrison, against Taylor Morrison Homes for the stucco that's on the side of our house. And
But my reshove bluffed somebody off of a better hand, so that was fun.
stucco that's on the side of our house that's all cracking and breaking. So he
Now,
wants
she
to
was
know
probably the
when
most
he
famous
can
person that I've got to play with
But I don't know
at that particular
I
tournament.
don't know if he's legit or not, so I just gave him my husband's number and said, call my husband.
Yeah, so Poker Monkey, if you want to get to day 2, there's this one weird trick that they don't want you to know about to get to day 2.
Yeah, well, that's why.
If it's like last year, there is probably late reg until day 2.
Talk to my husband because our stucco is all cracked. So he may be legitimate.
Check the
but
structure
he
sheet
came to my house twice when we weren't
for
home
that or whatever tournament you're looking to play.
and knocked on the door.
And
Which is a listening sign, so
1 fold. 2 bet, 60. 3 fold.
yeah, so if you reg on day 2, that's how you make day 2, guaranteed.
7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold.
Yeah, they got day 2 reg. We see Prestige defending. He's got 2 live cards. And he still has 2 live cards on his Queen 9-4.
7 bet, 65.
He's going to lead into Iceman, who has an ace and has perhaps seen the show before. And knows that Prestige could be bluffing. See if he bluffs again as the 4 pairs, which should be a better card for Big Blind Defender. Not sure that he's leading with many 4s, though, is the problem.
7 bet, 150.
150, see if Iceman can take the heat. He cannot. Perhaps he was clinging to that backdoor diamond draw that he had with his ace.
Get it going.
Yeah, Poker Monkey, I started on time as well when I played the main. Maybe I have a score or 2. Maybe I win a satellite or 2. And that would get me in there. Like for me, plan A, like I think it's next Friday, the Dealer's Choice Mega. I'm going to just try and win the Dealer's Choice Mega. That's plan A for me. I figure I have some edges in that tournament. So for one thing, I know the rules to all the games. And some of the people there don't know the rules to some of the games. And then also some of them are going to be drunk and I'm not because I don't drink. Not being drunk can be an edge. And the nightly megas in general tend to be a little bit drunker in my experience. Mike Bell defending with the Doyle, the 10 deuce. Rest in peace, Doyle Brunson. Let's see if he gets rewarded. Hey, there's a 10. Bottom pair makes the better hand even better. We go check, check. 4-3's totally whipped. That's another 10. Mike's got trips. Gonna check, see if Kevin wants to bluff at this. That's the only way he's gonna win here. $45, or the hand that will almost certainly be playing the board by the river. Mike makes the call. To the river we go.
check.
Ooh, the king just put out the 4-liner to the straight.
6 bet.
Kevin, gonna go for it. Gonna make it $100. Oh, Mike has to make the fold there, losing to any ace or 9. Or a hand that has 2 clubs. Unfortunate river there. You gotta have faith in the Doyle. You gotta have faith.
Should have a heck
Yeah, so, well, let's talk about the series tonight. It'll be the last time you hear me for a while. Since this time next week, I'll be pulling into Vegas. Then maybe I call a show from there at some point in the summer, but who knows? See how the schedule works out. TCH Live will keep streaming, though. I encourage you to continue watching.
Preston, you just ran out. All right, perfect. All right, 20's on. Yeah, so that's every other game.
Optimized, not a believer in the 9
4, 5,
trees.
6 fold. 7's gonna bet.
Prestige, what the deuce is,
8 fold, 9 fold. 60
makes it 60 over the wide 20 that's on. Snoopy calling, Iceman calling.
2 call.
Snoopy's got him dominated. Prestige would like to see a deuce here. He does not get a deuce. 10-4-3 is going to keep him ahead as we check through. Picks up a gut shot that's no good with the 6. Iceman would have the better end of it.
7 bet, 75.
75 from Prestige. And neither player can offer resistance, so Prestige going to take it. And Poker Monkey, I'll be on the strip the first couple of weeks, and then I'll have an Airbnb.
We're gonna do a bomb pot, guys. Thank you, thank you.
And we're going to have a bomb pot here.
It's gonna be on the 30s. Since there's technically shipping as given or something.
Yeah, I had an Airbnb last year,
We started with one, and then we're gonna do it now.
as I've got one again this year.
We're doing that. And then 30 minutes every 30 minutes after that.
Because we started early.
And the Airbnb was like an
Started
apartment
with
there.
one, and then technically I'm a new dealer.
They come in all shapes and sizes.
We don't have any volume.
Here come the flops for our bomb pot. King, Queen, Deuce. King, King, 3. Who's got the
9
case
check.
king?
1 check, 2 check, 3 check.
Snoopy's got it.
5 check, 6 check. 7 bet 50.
Doesn't even have to worry about his kicker, given that there's no more kings. Can be 50 from Prestige. Queen, Jack, Jack, 5, giving him middle pair and second pair. And the case king obviously is going to scoop that. Snoopy just flatting, going to give him a chance to bluff later streets. A 5 and a 4. Prestige now has 2 pair on the top board. Unfortunately for him, Snoopy has a better 2 pair on that board. Prestige going for another 75. Snoopy going for another call. Prestige drawing pretty thin as we go to these rivers. 3 and an 8. Neither of those looks like a jack. Snoopy in line to scoop here.
340.
Prestige going to pot it up to 340. There's not a whole lot that's scooping him here. Kind of a bummer that backdoor spades got there. And 2 pair and only trips, though. That's going to be good enough to call. Like, you're getting scooped by pocket 3s that somehow got here. And there's only 2 3s left. I don't know if this is a good enough hand to raise if that's what he's thinking about.
One call.
He's going to flick it in and
All right, I'm going to be looking.
going to see the good
at
news.
kings
Prestige
and
playing
jacks.
queens and fives on top and then kings and jacks on the bottom.
Looking at
Snoopy
king
playing
five and then
kings and fives and then trip kings.
kings is, trip king 7.
That's a
So he's playing
scooper
king
for
5.
Snoopy.
So this is good. That's 340 last bet.
All of you watching on YouTube, be sure to hit that like button. Let the algorithm know that you're enjoying what you're seeing so far.
5, 10,
A snooper, I like that, Ted. A snooper. Guess that's what we're going to call it now when Snoopy scoops.
4-fold, 5-fold, 6-bet 40.
Looks like we got the 20 on.
7-fold.
Timothy, I'll answer your question after this hand as we see Chris going for the 3-bet with pocket fives makes it 175, which will probably chase everyone out here. Prestige thinking about it. He's got 9-7, which, believe it or not, is flipping a coin against these fives. Prestige with the 2 overs. Can he convert? Let's find out.
Heads up.
Heads up we go. Jack 5-3 is going to be a set for Chris, and thankfully nothing for Prestige.
8-bet 125.
125 from Chris. Prestige with just some back doors. Assuming this scanned correctly.
7-bet 300.
Oh my, Prestige going for the airball bluff. Makes it $300. It's not even Chris's birthday. Chris just gonna flat here. If Prestige is bluffing, let him keep bluffing. We see stacked up pot, about 1/2 left, so very likely that the rest of Prestige's money will go in on the turn if he decides to continue bluffing here. 6 of spades actually gives Prestige the straight flush gut shot now. He moves all in. Inconvenient turn. Chris is going to snap it anyway, though. Here we go. Ah, the deuce of clubs. Set's going to hold for Chris. Unfortunate for Prestige, he got just enough of that turn rather to hang in there. I see Ben's cheering for Chris. Going to win. I think we had a show last Monday. Dante and Kyle called it, I believe. I wasn't around for that. I was in New York that day. Dallas was having some equipment problems. Sorry we couldn't bring you the shows from Dallas last week. Don't know the status up there. I guess you'll find out tomorrow night. Thursday this week, we'll be bringing you the final table for the POL Payday tournament from Houston. Should be a good one. Always fun to bring a tournament to you guys on TCH Live, as we do every Saturday out of Dallas.
One, two stacks of dump.
Tillman limping with
Got
kings.
some work to do now over the 1-2 street.
8-fold, 9-fold.
Nostradamus calling. Snoopy with king queen, probably going to raise here.
One bet, 65.
He will raise here. He'll make it 65 rather. And going to immediately get punished by Tillman. 225 from Tillman. Nostradamus, apparently with ace-9 offsuit, is going to make the call. See if Snoopy can get out of the way here. Playing out of position the rest of the hands. King-queen offsuit.
Up a stream.
It can be a problematic hand. It's a hands where you could end up with the second best hand. I'd like it better if it were suited because it does flop better. Like you're going to flop some more draws. He is going to call though. He is going to need a miracle here. See if Nostradamus can find the mandatory ace on the flop when you have kings. She does not find it. 7-4-3. About as safe as can be for Tillman, who decides to move all in for $1,400. He moves all in for twice the pot, and they're both going to fold because they got nothing. Tillman deciding to just shut it down then and there. But still a decent-sized pot getting pushed Tillman's way. Yeah, so, all right, I have to pay off this question that was asked. Why are there two board hands? So, periodically at TCH Austin, our games will have double board POL bomb pots. On the main four, they're usually done every orbit, and there's a button that tracks that, and then they're also done on dealer changes. On the stream tonight, I think we're doing them roughly every half an hour. How often are the bomb pots tonight now? Yeah, confirms for Mel every half an hour. We're going to do the bomb pots on stream. And so what will happen is everybody will put in an ante of $10, and then they'll get dealt a POL hand. That's 4 cards. We go straight to the flops. And it changes the game up a little bit. Get a little action going. And like I said, on stream tonight, we're going to do them every half an hour or so. Optimizes ace high is still best here. Can certainly have a piece of that flop as the raiser, and his C-bet will get the job done.
On.
Let me see. Chris and Tillman, the big winners so far. They both had big hands, and it's worked out for them. Yeah, so these bomb pots can escalate sometimes. Like, we've already had one decent-sized scooper tonight. I think Prestige is called it a night here. Black jacks for Mike Bell, making it $60.
2-fold, 3-fold, 4-fold. 5 fold, 6 fold.
And
3 out of 500, 2's out of 1,000.
just gets it through, which is the best case scenario when you have pocket jacks.
I'm not at it.
Rena, Scooter, good to see you both in the chat. About a half hour already into this Monday edition of TCH Live from Austin. Be sure and join us at least 5 days a week. Dallas Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Thursday, we're going to have a PLO tournament final table from Houston, part of the Poker Atlas Payday Series. Really fun time, really nice room. Go check that out if you're anywhere near Houston.
I'm not sure.
Our main event's happening this weekend. I think it's a $500,000 guarantee on that, if I'm not mistaken. There's some mixed stuff before then. There's a PLO tournament going on. There was Limited Omaha 8 or better, which if I weren't here, I would be there. Instead, I'm going to go to Houston tomorrow and play the 08 Stud 8 mix and then play the horse on Wednesday. Get myself ready for next week when I'm playing the mixed stuff out at the series.
5 call, 6 fold.
That's probably the cheapest way to play with some famous people, actually. Like, they'll show up to those 1,500 mixed events. They love the games, and they're chasing the bracelets. 664 is not going to help anybody here.
3 bet, 70. 5 fold.
So Optimize is going to just say, hey, I had it all along.
8 call.
Chris is going to call with the King 5 over and back door. No more back door on the 10 of clubs turn. Which also doesn't really complete any draws, so. Good fire again here.
3 bet, 275, 8 fold.
275 will get it done this time. And Etsy Scooter, I think Prestige has called it a night. Decided to defend light against a 3-bet. And then went for a check raise bluff on the flop.
20's on.
And then turned to combo draw, put the rest of the money in, and could not get there against the set. Snoopy with another solid holding in the form of Ace-King.
2 fold, 3 fold, 4 fold. 5 raise, 150. 6 fold, 7 fold, sorry. 6 fold.
He's going to see a 3-bet from Nostradamus. She made it 150 with some 7s.
With commentary.
I saw Lobby walk back there.
Could have considered calling to set mine. Instead, she goes the aggressive route. Snoopy's certainly not going to fold here. The question is 4-bet or call. I think I like the 4-bet a little bit better, being offsuit. And that is how he goes. He is in position. That said, offsuit hands don't flop as well as suited hands. Goes pretty small-ish on the 4-bet, makes it 375. Nostradamus gonna make the call, and we go heads up to the flop, almost 800 in the middle already. 10-4-3 is gonna keep her out front, and now she is gonna shove for almost twice the pot. 10-4-3, and she fades the snap call, which is gonna be a huge sigh of relief to her. Snoopy has to figure out whether she was doing this regardless, and he does make the fold. The old stop and go. You don't see that too often, especially not when you're playing 200 big blinds deep. You don't often see the stop and go, as it's called. So stop and go, for those of you unfamiliar with the term, is when you call the raise closing the action, and then you lead the next street, usually giant like or all in. Absolutely, aggressive poker is how you're going to end up winning in this game. But you have to use discretion with the aggression, which kind of rhymes. If you're just always plowing the money in there, you're not going to have much credibility.
The 31st of May. Yeah. It's like 4 days. We're going out the 30th.
25 gets the call from the nines.
That's probably why the lodge doesn't have a bunch of tournaments.
Yeah. Yep. So I'm going out for the
Check,
$1 million
check
Mystery
this
Bounty
time.
in May through the first week of June.
5 pairs
and
on
then
the
I'm
end.
going out for the
Safe run out for those nines.
on June 28th.
One check, showdown.
And then
Check,
I'm
check.
staying
Snoopy
until
just waving the
9th
white
of
flag.
July for the main tournament.
It's quad nines today,
Take
but
some
it's
what?
quad nines.
I will. Of course I will.
I can't go, I'm too busy with it.
Yeah. I'm not working. I just filed for unemployment today. I haven't filed for unemployment in a long time.
20's on.
Whatever long they let you know. How long do they let you? They used to let you do it for 2 years.
After you got unemployed?
After COVID.
Oh, really?
For people,
Oh, unemployment for 2 years. Yeah, no, that's not the case anymore. Now it's 6 months. 6 months of unemployment, but I'll take it.
3-bet, 70.
Optimize with the ace king, making it
Well,
70.
it's not free. I paid for it already,
9 for
but I'll take it.
Optimize going to take it this time.
they'll respect me. I don't respect
Yeah, the filing process is ridiculously extensive. They want to know.
But that's not your job.
They want to know your blood type and every job you've ever applied to and why you got rejected. And
Have you ever appeared on a lodge live stream final table?
that question was on there.
20's on.
Yeah, you better hope the unemployment agent doesn't keep up with local.
Doesn't play cards.
You're gonna have a working, not working kind of a vibe to you.
4-fold.
Especially after that.
5 call. 6 call.
Got a couple of limps here.
100. 9-fold.
Chris going to say more from the button. Makes it $100 with the 10-7 of spades.
3 call. 5 call.
Optimize going to call, which will invite everyone else to call. We'll go 4 ways to the flop. 6s are ahead at the moment, but no more. Nostramamus flopping top pair.
6 fold.
Chris has a pair as well. She goes $300, pretty big here. Top pair, weak kicker. Some drawers available.
8 fold.
Chris going to just get rid of the middle pair. Not a lot of queen outs for him. Optimize may follow him into the muck here.
3 fold.
And he does.
Pair good.
No, I had 2 pair.
5-7.
I did not have 5-7. I had jack.
She says she had 2 pair.
And there wasn't either.
Not sure I believe that. Possibly because I'm seeing the cards.
Where did 2 come from?
Small one.
Oh.
We are in a 15-minute delay, so everything I'm seeing here happens 15 minutes ago.
5 by 10 for some reason.
And then everything you're seeing,
35.
I saw about 5 seconds before you.
I call 6 fold. 8
It's
fold, 9
freezing in
fold.
here.
And I put pants in it.
1 fold.
Selman opens up his suited connector.
Sweatshirt. I'm still cold.
2 call.
35 gets a couple of calls.
4 players. Two check, 3 check.
Ace, queen, deuce. This should be a fun one here.
5
Nostramamus with top pair. Tillman with a heart draw.
2 fold, 3 fold.
Iceman just going to fold his pair plus gut shot. Tillman calling the 100 from Nostramamus. Heads up to the turn,
4 check.
on which Tillman will get there. Tillman has the flush. Nostramamus going to be needing to fill up here.
4 raise.
Her 225 is going to get a check raise from Tillman, which should have her pretty scared here. Tillman made it 450, just a mint quick. And she's going to call. She's going to need an ace or a deuce.
Heads up.
1,200 in the middle. Instead, we get a 5 of clubs.
Alright, we're looking at a
Check, check. I was not expecting check, check. Tillman not going to get any more money there. That said, I don't know if Nostramamus could pay off there. Her kicker was not playing aces and deuces with a queen. Ragnar, good to see you. The first event on my schedule for the WSOP. My first event won't be a WSOP bracelet event. My first event is going to be next Tuesday. I'm going to go to the Win. I'm going to play my favorite game, Deuce to 7 triple draw. They got a $600 Deuce to 7 triple draw at the Win. I'm going to play that. My first bracelet event will be the next day, the 1500 Dealer's Choice, which is another favorite of mine.
There's clearly no heat going on.
Made it pretty far into day 2 last year. And then Norman Chad beat me.
5 bet 50, 6 fold.
Though I have to say, I mean, he had the jar loosens for him pretty good by
Here and play all my
the winner of that event.
Like if I wasn't freezing, I want to go home.
Like I lost some pretty giant pots to the guy who ended up winning that event, which is probably part of how he won.
Bet.
The guy just quartered me for piles in Big O. Double suited aces with a deuce.
3 fold, 4 fold.
Not doing the job for me quite enough. Ace Queen versus Ace 9 action. Ace Queen, the better hand. She called the 3-bet from Chris.
5 bet, 250.
And she's going to go for the lead again. And Chris has to let it go.
Flop it.
I have a fairly good idea what the beginning of my series looks like, and then it's sort of a we'll see as things go along.
Thank you.
Learn to play mixed games. Well, you know what? Every now and then we get a 5-10 limit mixed game going here at TCH. It usually happens when I'm not in town. I'm not convinced that's a coincidence.
It's never been too warm in here.
No, I'm just saying, it starts to get.
There was
It's never been muggy.
there was a long time, like before the plague, there was a time where there was a lot of overlap between this show and the mixed game crowd. And so, like, after the show, there'd be mixed games that would go off sometimes.
Yeah.
I miss those
All right,
days.
Let's play more hands. I'll play this one right now.
They could be some really fun games, though.
3-bet 50. 4 fold. 5 call.
I have garbage cards. Give me a garbage flop.
Nostramamus versus Optimized this time.
3 check. 5-bet 100.
Nostramamus flopping top pair.
What's in the pot?
Goes for the 100. Optimize overs.
I had a garbage hand.
Backdoor, not quite enough. She did have a pretty garbagey hand, but it turned to
Well, I
gold
don't
there.
play that.
And so next week for me, there's
You guys are gonna make me blush.
there's deuce, and then there's dealer's choice. There's like 20 choices there, by the way, including some ones you don't see anywhere else, like no limit 5-card draw.
I feel like I can
Iceman
do
does
something
it.
with
Game
9
usually played at kitchen tables rather than casinos. Then
Go ahead, in.
I'll probably squeeze that mystery bounty into my schedule
20 zone.
whenever I brick something. We'll pretend I don't brick anything though.
1 fold.
There's 7-card stud that week. A couple of those mega satellites that could be so good.
Raise 180. 4 fold.
Nostramamus with the ace-king this time. Raise and a 3-bet with some pretty sus holdings.
400. 6 fold.
Now we get the Colts 4 out of the big blinds, which really ought to clear it out. And it does, as it should.
What's that?
Nostramamus going to take that one down. I don't think I'll be selling any action.
Thank you, thank you.
No!
Like
This spot, Todd, thank you all very much.
if I end up adding the main to my schedule, like maybe that's a candidate to sell. That's subject to me having a pretty good summer though, as is, or like maybe winning one of those mega satellites.
2, 5, 10.
Got a dealer change here. You want to follow my tournament high drinks at Waddy William, at LAHTI William on Twitter and Instagram. You'll get to see what I'm up to at the table.
Quad nines for 600. Balls in the hand, still play 400.
We got KJ in the box.
And if you felt Kevin, you get $100.
From who?
Time. Time. $100 in time.
From
I'm not 100% sure what he seems to have shaved into his head there.
5 from me.
Kevin down, huh?
So I've been like half paying attention to basketball. Has anyone else here been paying attention to basketball at all?
He's up right now.
Like, has anybody checked in on Adam Silver recently? Like, can you imagine what he must be thinking? Like, he sees like Boston made it to the conference finals, LA made it to the conference finals, 2 marquee franchises, except they're probably both going to get swept out of the conference finals. And I don't think he was looking forward to Denver, Miami.
All right, let's see if we're good. So no prestige. Looks like we're good. All right. Got 8 players.
Check 9-3 with some clubs and 10-6-3 rainbow. 10s and 6s for Kevin.
I'm gonna go $80. Oh, sorry. I'm still in
Does also have the open ender up top.
It checked all the way to ground.
A lot of checking happening. Mike with Jackson 9s.
All right. 4-4, 5-4,
Also with a gut shot. Iceman potting it.
6-4,
Set of 9s and then
9 call.
a 3 on the bottom.
There's
Made it 80. Only Mike calls with this King Jack 9-8. An ace and a jack on the turns. Let's see. Nobody has clubs. So check, check. Ace and a deuce there. So 9's full of aces for Iceman on top. Bottom is going to be Mike Bell with the pair of jacks, I believe.
2-bet 240.
240 from Iceman. And that pair of jacks not going to be good enough to try and chase half the pot.
It's going to be a straddle for 20.
Are they ordering us
Back
pizza
to
tonight, or
Hold'em.
should I order some
2, 5, 10, sometimes
Are they
more.
ordering us pizza tonight, or should I order some food?
I didn't know they ever ordered pizza.
They did. The last time I played the stream, they ordered us pizza. Is that not a usual thing?
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, I have bad news for you, Nostradamus. It's not my birthday. So she's referencing pizza getting ordered. That was my birthday stream last month.
4-4, not everybody. 5 races, 75.
We got to pass that note to her out there, I think.
Where from?
I was gonna get Panda Express, but I'm open.
75 from Nostradamus with the jacks. Gets the job done. You know what? With those winnings, you can buy some pizza.
One Panda Express?
There's an Italian restaurant in this shopping center here in Austin. Makes some decent pizza. The place is called Realities.
Chicken, and that's my favorite thing to eat. It's not sweet enough. It's like spicy, too spicy for me. But I can get pizza if everybody wants pizza.
Ooh, get yourself a Blaze.
Phony, good to see you in the chat.
4-4, 3-4, 4-4, 5-4, 6-4, 7, 8-4. I think you know 5. Oh, you got 5. But that's, you don't know.
Panda Express.
5-20.
He always wants pizza. Yeah, you know what? Pizza's a food group for me as a native New Yorker. I got spoiled having that last week. I was back home last week and had a lot of pizza. Optimize getting spoiled by some kings here. Gonna go to this flop 4 ways. Queen, Queen, Jack. Optimize is ahead here. Comfortably ahead here, but probably not the most comfortable board for him. He at least has the King of Diamonds. 125 will get the job done. And so Saturday, the first bullet I lost in Houston, I lost most of my chips with red kings. And it was an all hard board, and there was no ace. I had the overpair. And the other guy flopped the ace high flush, which was unfortunate. And then the very next hand, he 3-outed me.
The way that you said I'm right behind you and touched my shoulder made me
Jacks for
feel very
Tillman
secure
makes it 40.
and like no one was sneaking up on me.
5 call, 6 fold,
Look, every time the top touches them,
8 call, 9 fold.
Getting a bunch of calls here. Snoopy with aces. 40 call. How big do we go here from the big blinds? Probably about 200-ish. 275. And you'll get Tillman with his jacks. Nostradamus with a 9-8 of diamonds, going to continue as well. $900 in the middle as we go to the flop here 3 ways. Aces versus jacks versus 9-8 of diamonds.
Yeah, but I mean, but after you do this, like, you can't.
King 8-4, all spades. Snoopy does have a spade.
Oh, okay, I'll play.
Middle pair for Nostradamus. Probably just go small here if I'm Snoopy.
I'm all in.
250 it is. Tillman folds. Nostradamus goes all in for 1,300. Gets snapped by Snoopy. Nostradamus looking for a 9 or an 8. That's not a spade. That is a spade. Snoopy's going to win. That's a lot of spades. Looks like going to go twice, though.
Go down.
And Snoopy
9, 8 aces. Aces.
with another scooper. Or a snooper,
Nice hand.
as Ted has deemed it. A snooper for Snoopy. A scooper snooper. Snooper scooper. We got to play with that a little more.
41.
KJ going to get the bill here and
Yeah, everything plays in all in. Yeah.
going to get it shipped over. Yeah, Ragnar, I got to say, pizza is a good reason for going to New York. I know the city like very little, surprisingly. I'm from Long Island. I'm from like an hour and a half east.
Anybody else want Panda Express?
I hear things about the subway these days. I don't know how true it is, but I hear things about the subway. Like maybe it's not what it used to be.
What's the stat?
Yeah, -3%. That's
What's the big stack?
seems like a reasonable percentage.
Probably in.
You come in for like 3,600.
Now the other New York delicacy to get your hands on, at least in my opinion, would be a black and white cookie.
Blake's had 1,000.
I'll hit 1,000.
Not something you see outside the Northeast very much, unless you order some from the Northeast.
2,400.
Looks like we've got a reload happening here.
Try it again.
Very expensive pot there. Nostradamus went for it. We've seen her play a pretty aggressive game tonight, and
Blaze checks on live
this time
stream.
she just ran into it, much like we'd seen Prestige do earlier tonight. Occasionally, they are going to have the hand that you're representing.
Multiple seats.
I think we've got somebody exercising their options to match the
1,000
stack
for-
here.
1,000 for Iceman, 24.
Oh, yeah, you're going to. Is that forever?
Hey, Graham.
You ordered what I usually
Graham.
order.
They say you can only do
Yeah.
700.
I was like,
I
did I
just-
put that in
I
on
got
accident?
no, I got lazy and
You
just
said they, I mean, I guess
whatever.
it's 3,600.
Did you do what I ordered
You can
before?
only go for stuff for 7. That's what it-
Did you
that's
click what I
Yeah, I
ordered
just
before?
clicked on.
All right.
Did you get
our add-ons? Yeah.
Yeah,
how much
so
Chris,
Okay.
Chris, how much you have?
this man can only at 700. You can match up to the big stack here.
1,000 for Kevin.
Sounds like Kevin's topping up as well.
Yeah, but I mean, that doesn't make sense. So I have 30.
Told you this game would escalate.
Fourfold. Yeah, that's what I heard. I don't know. What's wrong?
Nothing. But it's-
Yeah, believe it or not, Ragnar, despite being a New Yorker, I have never seen an episode of Seinfeld in my life. I know that that's a thing from Seinfeld, but like, it's a real thing. Black and white cookies are a real thing. and I'm a fan.
C8 or C7 or C8 race of 35.
And it's a New York thing. Like it's a pretty New York specific food. I think the furthest away I've ever actually seen one in the wilds was probably the airport in Philly.
I have less than 8 and I added 24. That's not too much, is it?
No, you good.
You go heads up.
Yeah.
Nobody with a heart. Iceman with top pair. And 4 hearts on the board now. Probably check down here. And Chris pulling ahead with the ace.
1 ace.
And that's a lucky river there.
1-3. Yeah.
What is me?
Everett was killing them. I'm surprised he doesn't want to
Thank you.
play.
You see Snoopy pulling into the big winner spot here.
Small, big, 10.
Make sure they know there's a pseudo.
What?
Make sure they know there's a pseudo.
Seat up? Okay.
There's 3 people on.
Yeah, we're good. Seat open on live stream.
Queens for
Race
Nostradamus.
75. C6 fold.
I was eating like chicken.
Makes it 75.
Pound fold.
Gonna try and get some of this money back.
1 race of 75. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold.
Yeah.
And the 2400 was.
Yeah.
Sorry, I brought another 100. I didn't know you had red. I'm sorry.
Nostradamus and Snoopy gonna go another round here. Heads up. Snoopy with a little piece of this here. He's got a pair of 8s. Not quite as good as a pair of queens. But chance that seat 5 might get a little bit more of our money back here. 125. I
Look at who's sitting in his seat.
think pair plus backdoor is probably going to be continuing here. And it does. And Snoopy going to get there on the turn. Good news, bad news, though. 8s and 6s, but a 3rd club. Nostradamus does have a club in her hands.
350 is the bet.
And she's going to go pretty close to pot here, 350. Not the most comfortable spot for middle 2 pair, except we saw what she's done. Like, we've seen what she's capable of. So he does make the call. Heads up to the river, 1100 in the middle. 3 of spades will keep 8s and 6s out front. 500 from Nostradamus, and if 8-6 was good, it's still good. He flicks it in. And
Got my number, huh?
gonna be good for Snoopy here. Good night is getting better for him. So we see he's up like 2,600 already. Still a long way to go, though. We're just an hour into this 3-hour program. 4-hour program. One hour in, 3 hours to go. There we go. Numbers are hard. Time for a vacation. And if you're playing me out in Vegas next week, and this is music to your ears, apparently I struggle to count. I struggle to do basic arithmetic.
35. 9 fold. 1 fold.
That's what you want in your game.
2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 call. Heads up.
Chris with the 7s. Nostradamus defending her $10 3rd blinds. And flapping a gut shot there. Jack 10-9. Check, check. And Nostradamus getting there on this Queen of Clubs turn. She has the straight. She will not get any further value for her straight, though.
Oh, damn.
You're already packing.
Thank you.
And Diego, these V-pips are really something tonight, aren't they?
5. 20.
Good time down here. Also, like have time to head back to
You have some players who are playing a lot of hands. You have some players who are playing not as many hands. I think we got a couple of players there who are not quite at that 15% Waddy line.
Raise 6 and 3 fold. 4 fold.
I'm surprised you didn't call. You might have 6-7 offsuit.
60 from Iceman. Nostradamus with ace queen, which is better than ace 10. And that she's going to call with. Certainly a 3-bet candidate. And Kevin going to defend his straddle for cheap with that suited connector. We go 3 ways. And Kevin going to flop trips here on this 8-8-3. 2-club flop.
2-bet 100. 5 call.
Iceman, our razor, continuing for 100. Nostradamus somehow calling here. Kevin just going to flat. He's got trips. He's got a not such a great kicker. Ooh, this ace on the turn could incite some chaos here. Except we check through somehow.
350.
Bet 350.
7 of clubs brings in the front door clubs. 350 from Nostradamus.
Call.
Kevin going to make the call.
7-8.
It's 2 pair. 3 8s.
you serious?
Nostradamus going to get the bad news.
Ask him. Man, the lead.
One drive.
Ragnar, I have a newfound respect for you. Finaling an online tournament with a 6% VPIP. I'm impressed.
What is on? Addy. We're good. 2-1 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 raise to 25. Oh, I thought you said it. I don't know. I thought you said a quarter. 40. 5 cards.
40 from Tillman.
6 fold, 8 fold, 9 cards.
Gets the call from Nostradamus and from Mike Bell, who's got the 9s. No 9 on this flop, but 9's still good.
Check round.
We check through. This deuce will give Nostradamus a gut shot. 9's are still best.
4 check.
Check through again, and the 3's going to pair, so 9's going to be good here. Nostradamus going to go for the bluff here with the ace high.
Call.
Makes it 100.
Go down.
Does not get past Mike.
2 pair.
Honorary 9 triz, 9s and trizzes.
1 drive.
Chris, good to see you in the chat.
That's when you don't want to re-raise. Like, I'm not re-raising.
Yeah, sometimes you do feel lucky to min cash. Sometimes a min cash is like a heck of a grind. Like, I've had tournaments where I spend like 6 hours grinding a short stack and get the min cash. It's like, okay, it's like I was down to 1 big blind and I somehow got money. That's good.
4 fold, 5 fold, 6 fold. 8 raise.
Blind versus blinds, essentially. Chris with the 10-8, bumping it up to 25. Mike has ace-king. And his 3-bet will get the instant folds from suit 8. Doing great, Chris. Hope you're doing okay. Like back in December, the 1100 WPT prime mounted win, there was I was one of the people who brought like 10 big blinds to day 2. There were like 600 players that got to day 2. I somehow got like 100 something without ever having piles of chips.
This money isn't played this hand. 17.
Like I never had more than like 20 bigs or so.
Yeah, it's in play right now.
And like I lasted a lot of that day.
Allowed 20 races.
And like I made a few buy-ins more than I otherwise would have. You know, like this feels okay. It's a grind, but it worked out.
17.
Like I got a lot more money than I should have. 70 from Optimize with the jacks here. I think Nostramamus added on this hand. Not that it's going to matter with that 9 deuce. Can't double down in this game.
Call. 9 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold.
Chris calling with the 70 with the ace 9. Heads up we go. King 8-7. Jacks are still good. See if it gets the job done. Well, it's a nice evening down here tonight in Texas, so sure your dogs are enjoying that. If you get over to TCH soon, that makes one of us. Like it'll be a bit before I'm back here. Like I'm heading to Vegas on Sunday for like a month and a half. But yeah, you don't give up. Like that's the key thing with the tournaments. Just don't give up. Keep making good decisions and hope you get rewarded. Like one of the first shows I ever called in this booth was back when we used to stream the Sunday final table. And tournament got heads up. The dude was down like 20-1 or something, and he won the tournament. It was a thing of beauty. And that's floating around in our archives. That's floating around in our highlight reels. You got to go back a couple of years. I can't believe I've been doing this like 2 years now. But that was really something. That's you just keep digging. You just hang in there.
Can you give me green?
Looks like we're gonna have a 20 on this hand. Love to see it. Yeah. Weight Reg, like we could talk about Weight Reg. Like, I think Weight Reg has a place.
This is not a bet. C5. All right, it's a live 20, C4 fold. All right, this is just change here. Five fold. Raise to 40. 8 fold.
Queen 7 suited. Kind of bump it up. Mike Kwong with the 8-6 of clubs. See if we get some more clubs for chaos. Optimize 9-5. As we go 4 ways here. 8-7-3 is going to make for a gut shot for Optimize. Mike's pair of 8's the best hands.
6 bets. 90.
Be Kevin making it 90 with his 7s and backdoor. Mike calling with his top pair. Optimize. Way to go with the 9 high. Ooh, 9 of clubs. This just got a lot more interesting. Mike Bell turning the combo draw, only half of which is any good. Kevin with the better club draw to go with his 7s. Kevin going 125. Third pair in the queen high clubs for him. Mike with second pair, open-ender and inferior clubs. And going for the check raise if he can manage to get those chips out there. $400 with what is the best hands. Kevin going to call here. Mike's exact hand is basically the only hand that he could have that would be better pair plus club draw. 3 of diamonds will brick it all out. 8s and 3s will be the best hands. Mike's going to check, see if Kevin decides to go for it. Nope. Going to take that pair to showdown, and he's going to see a slightly better pair. So a big one heading Mike's way. At Kevin's expense this time. Yeah, so let's talk about the pros and cons of late reg, since I think it was Ragnar that brought that up. So the cons would be, the big con would be, if you're a more experienced deep stack player, you don't get to play deep stacked. If you late reg a tournament, you're going to be playing shallow stacked. You're going to come in with like 20 bigs or something. Another con would be you get a lot of weaker players who show up on time and might make bigger mistakes. Like you'll see these tournaments, like they'll be called deep stacks, and you'll get like 40,000 chips. Blinds will start at 1, 1, and 1, like 100, 100, 100 ante. And then they'll look at the 40,000 chips, they'll be like, I bet 2,000 chips into this 300 chip pot. That's usually a mistake, and you can use that to your advantage. So things like that, you miss out on those opportunities. The pro would be you're closer to the money.
Raise.
Right? You late reg, you're going to be closer to the money when you do it. When you get in there. And if you're experienced with a short stack, if that's where your edges are, then okay, you get to play the game that you're good at. Like those would be the pros. Jack 10-5, couple of spades.
Feel like a new man.
Sevens are still good. Kevin's going to bet there.
Thank you so much, Drew. Thank you, Pat. You're welcome. For having courage.
Kevin's bet got through there. Apologies to everyone who just had to hear that vacuum.
I agree.
If I would have had any warning, I could have killed the table audio, but it just happens. See some players playing a lot of hands. You see some players playing not so many hands. Get a little preview there. Tillman's going to have jacks when it gets to him.
9-fold. 1-fold. 2 cards. 2 cards.
And facing 3 limpers, Tillman is going to go pretty big here. He's going to stick a 1 in front of that, 110.
5-fold.
I had a good hand too.
And gets it through. And you know what? That's another pro for regging on time there. You get to hear them say shuffle up and deal, or some equivalent to that. And if you late reg, you don't get that.
Nice.
And if you late reg, you also maybe don't have to sit through whatever thing a series might be doing on the break that takes way too long, like a bracelet ceremony where the guy goes on a 10-minute monologue because nobody really wants to cut the microphone for some reason.
10, Patty.
Well, then I love this hand.
Raise a 40.
You fold it and then you give
8
it back.
cards.
The other thing I'll say is, like, if I'm playing a limit tournament, like a lot of mixed games, A lot of the structures are to where I honestly don't care about playing the first few levels because it's a limit game. And it's going to be hard to have too many consequential pots.
Four-fold, five-fold.
We see Mike going for the squeeze with his suited ace wheel. Playing this deep, I imagine both of these pairs are going to be calling. The nines for Kevin. The upside down nines for Chris. Just about 500 in the middle as we go three ways here to the flop. Set of nines for Kevin.
Good. Good.
Only player who's connected here. We'll see if Mike decides to continue on what is a pretty safe looking board. King 9 deuce rainbow. Not a bad flop for a 3-better.
150.
Not a great flop for a defender. He makes it 150. If I'm Kevin, I probably just flat, which is what he's done here. You don't block top pair, so a raise could get called, but like you're hoping for him to have top pair, and now you're really hoping so because that top card just paired up. Nines full of kings for Kevin. We go check, check. Four of spades on the river. Mike gets a meaningless pair of fours. Kevin going to try and get some value. This is probably hopeless. 3/4 pot, $600. Instant fold.
That was good. That button's right, KJ.
Nines full of kings. Going to take a big one, and
Hey, I got Jake coming in.
KJ going to step out. It sounds like Jake's coming in according to the audio that I just heard. Take a moment to plug some things. Let's go with that one. The P-Will Payday, Pot Limit Omaha Payday, going to be having TCH Houston Tuesday and Wednesday. I don't know if there are flights today or not. Tuesday and Wednesday for sure. 100K guarantee on that. We're going to live stream the final table on Thursday. That's a 2-day tournament. $500,000 guarantee on the Poker Atlas Tour Championship event. I think that's 1,100 to buy in there. I don't know for sure. I don't have the full schedule in front of me. TexasCardhouse.com or Poker Atlas for the complete details, schedule, structure, etc. there. And they'll also be live streaming that final table next week. I won't get to play that one myself. I'll be elsewhere. Here comes some flops. 7-6 deuce with spades and 10-6-4 with clubs. Someone with some meaningless aces. 6 and deuces for Nostramamus, but these don't seem very good. Mike makes it 80. He's got a set of 10s on bottom. 7 up top. He pots it. He's actually playing the 10s up top. Optimized calling King 8-7-5 is going to give him a wrap and a pair and an open ender. It's going to give him a lot of things. Tilted calling with aces and a 6. Nostramamus is going to call with some weaker draws. 6 ways to the turns. The club came on the wrong board. Jack of clubs, queen of diamonds, which somehow doesn't complete any draws. All the draws we have, none of them improve here. Mike pots it. He makes it 560. Set of 10s. That queen does block the boats and the bigger set. Going to be tough for some of these players to continue. Optimize and Tillman both getting out of there. Nostramamus with the bottom 2 pair and the 8 high club draw.
C5 calls, C6
Makes the call.
C8 folds.
Kevin gets out of there. So does Chris. We go heads up to the rivers.
You had the 50 out. We need
Oh,
just 50 more. 2 more.
I took it back?
Sixes and deuces are in the lead here up top for Nostradamus, believe it or not.
Heads up.
An ace and an 8 on these rivers.
I'm all in.
C5's all in.
She declares all in. I think that's actually heavy. This is a pot limit game.
1,700.
There we go. 1,700 is pot.
Not quite all.
And Mike, with a one-way hand,
C9.
has to make the fold. Nostradamus stopping and going with success once again. And Ragnar, I heard about that 5 a.m. final table out in Houston the other night. One of the tournaments there. It's a one-day tournament, and they started at like 2 or something. And it was a one-day tournament, and I mean, a day is 24 hours. Like, that's the definition of a day. So it was a one-day tournament. And, yeah, I hear that one finished at like 7 Central Time or something.
Big lines here.
I didn't get the chance to see any of that.
Me?
I heard a couple of stories, though.
Yep.
Sorry.
So live 20? Yeah. Live 20.
You said big
from
blind and then you said mandatory
C8.
10 and I got confused.
Right. C9 folds, C1 folds. C2 folds. C3 folds. C4 folds. Yes, ma'am.
Over to Nostradamus in the big blinds makes it.
C5 calls, raise.
Well, she calls the 20. Straddle
C8
on.
folds.
Kevin bumps it up to 60. Gets it heads up with Nostradamus, who has the slightly better hands right now with the King 8. Kevin pulling ahead on this Queen 10, 5 flop.
C5 checks, C6 bets 50, C5 folds.
And she checks folds about as fast as she can.
Forgot to TP.
Thank you. Very much appreciated.
I was just distracted.
Quite all right. No problem at all. You take care of me every day, Pat. Okay? Live 10, live 20.
More straddles.
Can we rescan seat 8, please? Thank you. Raise seat 1 to 50. Folds to 2, 3 folds, 4 folds. 5
Jack
calls.
9 suited for Snoopy. Raising it up. Nostradamus. Oh, I guess she has 2 to a steel wheel. Makes the call. Chris with a couple of kings. I doubt he'll be calling.
Raise seat 8. 100. Sorry, 250 total bet.
250.
9 folds.
Gonna be hard for either of these hands to continue.
Seat 1 folds.
Away goes the Jack 9. Away goes the 5 deuce.
Thank you.
Chris picking up some money with those kings
I was just kidding.
without even having to see a flop. On that Houston series, there's also some mixed game action this week. There's the 08 Stud 8 mix tomorrow, and then the Horse on Wednesday. You should see me in both of those tournaments, actually. I believe 2 o'clock is the start time on both of those.
Seat 1 folds.
I'm usually happy to support a mixed tournament if there's one going within reach of me.
3, raise to 35.
Now, if only we could get the draw games going.
Call. 6 folds, 8 folds, 9 folds. Heads up.
Optimize with the skinny. 3 deuce. Going to outflop Nostradamus.
C3 bet.
Bottom pair, no kicker here. He's going to continue for 60. Nostradamus with the over in the back doors. And position. Going to peel here.
Heads up.
I can get behind this. And she does pick up a gut shot now on the 7 of clubs turn.
C3 checks. C5
Check, check. Deuce of clubs is going to give Optimize bottom 2 pair, the bottomest of 2 pairs. Threes and deuces.
C3 bets 200.
Goes for $200 worth of value.
Raise to 500.
Nostradamus clicking it back to $500. Wants to see what we're working with here chip-wise. Spades missed. And this is an aggressive opponent. I don't think folding is one of the options here. I think calling is probably the better choice here. I just don't know that a 3-bet is going to accomplish anything good for you. I will say to Nostradamus' credit, like, she does block the nuts here with that 9. She does block the one straight that got there, the 9-8.
3 calls.
Optimized calls. She declares ace high. She does have ace high, and 2 pair beats ace high.
Put you on a 3, I didn't put you on a 2.
I like to river it. It's my favorite thing.
Thanks a lot.
No. You did good. Good at rivering it.
It's an art.
C2 raise. 35 total bet.
Nice man, gonna raise it up with a suited Broadway.
C3 raise. 125. C4 folds.
Optimize, getting frisky with the 10-7 of hearts.
But it's
Fairly early position to be doing that.
still really uncomfortable. I might go
Makes it
outside.
125. Nice man.
Buttons right there.
Gonna make the call. He has Optimized dominated as we go heads up.
C2 check.
Nice man. Flopping the gut shot and the backdoor clubs. This will be a great board, though, for the 3-bet range of Optimize. So,
10 minutes maybe?
bet could just get it done here.
C3 bets 85.
85, a third pot, saying, hey, this is my board. Nice man gonna peel, thinking perhaps that a king could make him some money.
C2 checks.
Not quite how he wanted to get there, the queen giving him second pair. Optimize and Iceman sharing the same gut shot as he checks back. Jack pairs on the ends. Queens and jacks will be good for Iceman,
C3
who
checks.
checks. And Optimize just gives up. Iceman gonna take that one. Get another look at these winnings. Snoopy easily the big winner to this point. Still a very long way to go here on TCH Live, though. 2-5-10 Noam and Holton from Austin, as we do most Mondays around here. William Whitey, the New York Knit with you. Now pressing the buttons on the other side. Jake pitching the cards. All 100 or so of you here in the chat. If you're enjoying this, hit that like button. if you don't mind.
Seat 5 folds.
Totally free for you to do.
Seat 9.
Helps us out.
Raise to 60 from seat 9.
And Mike getting some help in the form of a pair of 4s. Gonna make it 60. And going to take it unopposed. Good result for him. Okay, I see the Streamlabs is paying out. So I'm gonna try and get in on a piece of this action here. Here goes nothing. Should be 90. 90 is one more. 89, 88, 89. 4. 4 doesn't come after 89. What the hell is that? Rigged.
Okay, so seat 5 folds, seat 6 folds, seat 8 folds. Raise, seat 9, 35 total bet.
I thought you did it all.
No. Seat 1 folds,
35 from Mike Bell on the button.
You're right, though. It was a lot.
A little bit wide of an open when you've got 3 players behind you with the straddle, but not so bad if you think they're going to under-defend. You also know exactly what to do if you get resistance. The answer, of course, being to fold.
Figure it out.
5 folds, seat 6 folds, seat 8 folds, seat 9 folds, seat 1 folds. Seat 2 raise, 35.
35 from Iceman.
Seat 4 call, heads up.
Tillman gonna defend. 8 in the window. And a jack behind it. This is a great flop for Tillman. Top 2. Unfortunately, he's not likely to get paid here. Makes it 50 and gets the folds from the ace high. Not the flop he was envisioning by any means.
I'm 10. Am I 10?
Yes, you'd be in the straddle.
It just makes you feel colder when you come back in
Thank
from
you very
being
much.
outside.
All right, here comes another hand. 2, 5, 10.
I mean, I know it's warmer in here than it was a few minutes ago,
Yeah.
but I'm still shivering.
Ace king of diamonds for Kevin.
Raise, seat 6, 35.
35 it is.
Seat 8 folds, seat 9 folds, seat 1 folds.
Optimized with an inferior ace.
I don't know. No, you don't want him.
You don't really love it with an early position opener, very easy to be dominated. Speaking of dominated, Nostramamus in the straddle. Her diamonds are dominated here. 7-6 of diamonds versus ace king of diamonds. Here we go, heads up. That's 1 diamond, that's 2 diamonds. Oh my. Both players flopping a flush draw. Nostramamus does have the 4 of diamonds to make her the straight flush. A 4 would be straight versus straight. Kevin's $40 bet gets called. The 3 pairs on the turn. Check, check. And everything bricks out on this 9 of hearts.
Straight flush draw.
Straight flush draw. No good.
We almost had a big collision there.
With the 4 diamonds out there, you would have thought you were totally good.
No kidding. We needed that 4 of diamonds.
That's not funny.
Yeah.
4 of diamonds would have given us a hell of a highlight reel, I think. Unfortunately, that was not to be.
Bounty too if you stack that.
5, 10.
You get it done.
Stack Kevin down.
He had ace king
Like,
diamonds. I had
you know what, though? If you had the massive cooler, every hands,
hit diamonds.
they stop being special, right?
60. Raise 60 from seat 9.
Well, Snoopy going to have a go with the ace king this time.
Raise 200, seat 1.
Smelling
Making
the
it
7-9.
200 over Mike's $60 open.
6 folds.
Queens for Chris. Here we go. Speaking of mega coolers, I said something like you can't have them every time. Could have a mega flip here. Decides just to call. Against an early position raise, effectively under the gun, and then 3-bet. I could see calling occasionally. You really hate it if it goes like 4-bet, 5-bet behind you. Like maybe you find the exit with the queens though. Instead we go 3 ways to the flop. There's 1 diamond. There's 2 diamonds. Mike Bell's ace 5 flopping the nut diamond draw, or not quite the nuts on a paired board. Checks over to Snoopy, our last raiser here. He has the worst of it here. He has ace king with no diamonds. Continues for 175. Chris with the overpair and a diamond, which is kind of relevant here. He does block ace queen of diamonds and king queen of diamonds.
Vegas, the 30th.
He will flat. Mike with the ace high diamond draw. Getting a pretty good price here. You could just flat. Another diamond is going to kill your action.
Yeah. We have a.
But I don't know that a raise is actually going to get any overpairs to fold. He is going to call. Over $1,100 in the middle as we go 3 ways to the turn. Mike looking for a diamond. Instead, the disastrous 7 of spades is going to be awesome for Chris, who turns 7s full of queens. Mike and Snoopy both looking to hit one of the overs to make the better boat, or the case 7 for quads. We check through. Got a 4 of hearts. Chris's queens will be best here. 7's full of queens.
Oh, it's finally warming up in here.
Probably a check call
I
here.
don't feel freezing for the first time in an hour.
He's going to try and bet, though. Goes pretty big. He goes $1,000. Snoopy with the nut no boat with his ace king. Also, does not have any diamonds. Diamonds missed. If we're going to bluff catch, we're going to want to not be blocking the bluffs or bluffing the blocks. One of those things. Words or hearts, as Aaron would say. Very polarizing here from Chris. He's saying, I got it or I don't. Snoopy gonna let it go.
Show 9-7.
7-2.
Show 9-7.
9-7. You think he has quads full there? If only.
Thank you.
Moving right along here. Pretty big pot we had just now.
520.
And look at these V hips. Everyone above the 15%. 20 is on. Jack 10 of diamonds for Tillman.
Raise 4, 75. C5 folds. C6
Might as well, all of it.
75 from Tillman.
C9 calls. Heads up.
9-8. Gonna defend here for Mike.
C9 checks.
And that's a lot of hearts. Tillman with the gut shot. Mike with the pair. And good news, bad news for Tillman. He's got the straight. But there's 4 hearts on the board, and he hasn't got one. And Mike gonna make it 60. Tillman gonna call here. Mike needs a heart to chop. That's not a heart. So straight gonna be good if we get to showdown. 287 in the middle at the moment. It's gonna take a bunch to get this through, and that's what he does. He goes 250. He gets Tillman off at the straight. Jack, not a great river for him to consider bluff catching, given that you're now chopping with any 10. We don't want to call the chop.
Total bet. C6 folds, C7 folds.
Nostradamus 3-betting that ace queen over optimizes open.
Folds, C9 calls. 3 players. C3 calls.
Mike defending the queen jack offsuit. Could probably have found the folds. Now Nostradamus flopping trip aces. We check through. And now she has aces full of 9s, which is gotta be hard to get paid here. She's gonna have to hope that somebody bluffs.
C5 bets 225.
It says she's gonna pot it. I think Mike might have. Has he folded? I don't know if he has cards. And he folded, and then Optimize folded. Nostradamus going to take that one.
Were you gonna bet?
No, I mean, I didn't have to betting. I had calling in, so I thought you were.
Sometimes I am, sometimes I haven't. That's the mystery of me. Well, I wish you would have called.
No kidding. You wish he would have called when you had aces full. No kidding.
C9 calls. C1 calls.
Someone's 55 getting a lot of callers here. Dangers of opening 3 deuce. Which flops absolutely nothing. Snoopy and Iceman both have gutters here.
4 players.
We check through. Now Mike making the best hands with a pair of aces.
1 checks, 2 checks. C4 bets 80. C9 calls.
Someone fires out 80. saying, hey, this is my turn. I'm the pre-flop raiser. Problem is there's 3 other players, and usually someone's got an ace, like, say, Mike, who makes the call, king on the river. Someone's going to give it up now. Mike going to take that one? And realistic poker chatbot, you know, I can't really help the table talk. It is what it is. Depends on the characters you have and what they feel like discussing. Like, there are some people who are great conversationalists at the table.
Like 10, like 20.
I mean, oftentimes you sit at a live poker table, you just get sort of random chatter. Like if it were football season and there was football on, you'd probably at least get some conversation along those lines. You couldn't be that lucky though. Still got a few months to go before football's back.
3 calls. Heads up.
Optimize defending his straddle in position over Snoopy, also dominating Snoopy. Ace 5 flop. Nobody with a heart. Check, check. King Jack is still good. And the 5 pairs, so now King Jack looking like it's going to chop with the King 10 of Snoopy, who makes it 65. Now does Optimize want to call and hope he's chopping? Or maybe it's a random bluff. He is going to call. Aces full of 5s on the board. This will chop if it gets the showdown.
Thank you. I just got the notification.
Snoopy gonna go almost full pot again. 250. And Optimize gonna make the call. They're gonna chop it up. All this talk about aces full has me thinking. TCH Las Colinas, our newest location. If you have aces full in Omaha or full house in Hold'em, according to this graphic, you get some complimentary Bad Beat Bacon. In fact, it's a table share order of Bad Beat Bacon. The whole table gets Bad Beat Bacon. You get aces full and you lose. That makes it better, right? All right, we got a dealer change here, and I see a bomb pot in our future. Not immediately sure who we've got in the box here.
That's all you get? Yeah. You sauce with that?
$10, 4 cards, 2 boards. You know how it goes here. Get these cards dealt out. Four cards. Here come the flops. Jack 9-3 rainbow, and where's our second flop? 7-5-4 rainbow. See an open ender on one side for Snoopy. You check through. I see jacks and 9s. I see a 3 pairing. I see Tillman with 3s full of 9s, I think. Optimized with trip 3s and an open ender. On the bottom, he's got some straight possibilities. It's Chris making it 50, 7-6-6-4, which is going to be a turn straight on the bottom. Optimize calling with his trips plus straight draw. Tillman calling with his boat plus diamond draw. Nostramamus with the best diamond draw calling and breaking there. Tillman's boat going to be good on the top. Chris has the bottom with his straight, somehow the only one. $150 from Chris.
No, never mind. Oh, you got a hand. You got big palms.
Optimize is going to make the call. And Tillman folds. So Optimize's call is going to get him half the pot there with his trip threes. Correction, threes full of tens, actually. So actually, Optimize got there on the river. Straight good for Chris. He'll chop it. I think that's a Manta in the box, if I'm not mistaken. It is a Manta. I have confirmation. Got that pot chopped up and gonna get this Hold'em hands going right away. $60 from Optimize. Over the whimpers. Nostramamus has a better ace. She's the only caller. Heads up we go. And her bottom pair makes the good hands better. King 10-7. Diamonds does favor Optimize a little bit. We go check, check though. Jack of diamonds on this turn now. I don't think either player is going to be that enthusiastic about this run out. Check, check. 9 of clubs. Anybody want to try and claim they have the queen? I don't think so. Well, okay. Nostramamus goes for the value bluff and gets the snap folds. And Optimize was done with that hand the moment he saw the flop. As we come up to the halfway point here on TCH Live. How the time flies. How have we already had 53 hands? This game is moving tonight. We've had some big pots too. Hope you're all enjoying this. $40 from Nostramamus. Nice man, gonna call with the fives. Gonna go heads up. King high flop. Gonna be good for our pre-flop raiser here. Continues for 50 and gets the job done.
You are strapped.
He busted me. Oh, he did?
Yeah, we flipped.
I did. I think, actually, I don't know.
All right, we got the raise from seat 9 to $35.
Raised 115 to seat 35%.
The computer claims it's 8-2 soft suit. I'm not sure I believe that. I also don't think optimized folded ace queen. I'm calling baloney on everything that this graphic says. We're going heads up. I think there was a 3-bet to about 115 or so. I don't know what's happening. Queen, jack, 3, couple of spades. That much is the truth. Snoopy, the 3-better here. This is a good flop for a 3-bet range. Goes for that 1/3 size bet, the 125, or half pot rather. Mike going for the check raise. Check raise will get the job done. Whatever Snoopy had, it apparently wasn't that good. We can only speculate what Mike actually had. Presumably, white queen jack or a draw of some kind would be my guesses. Or perhaps bottom set.
2, 5, 10, live 20.
Chris raising his $20 straddle with 6s. He could have had a free flop. Instead, he's going to make Tillman put another $60 in there. And Tillman going to flop top pair. Chris continuing for 50. Queen 10 deuce. Tillman quickly calling. Deuce is going to pair on the turn. Slightly bad news for Tillman. His kicker no longer playing here. Chris giving up maybe as the backdoor hearts get there on the 7 river. Check, check again. Tillman's queen good enough. Tillman gonna take that pot.
Barrels to live stream.
Kings for Tillman. See what Snoopy wants to do with these deuces. Snoopy making the call. Tillman flopping top set. And getting absolutely nothing for his trouble there. Kyle, glad that the pot made your neck feel better. I'm not sure what in particular was therapeutic about that last hand. Now, what is it, though, that makes your neck feel better? Is it the action on the table? Is it the commentary? Is it the chat? Let us know if you find TCH Live therapeutic in any way, shape, or form.
More help.
TCH Live is not intended to diagnose, treat, or cure any disease. Use as directed. Iceman's raise with the 9s is not getting a ton of respect here. I do wonder if Tillman's hands got misread.
No.
4 deuce doesn't seem plausible. But if he did have 4 deuce, he has a pair and a gut shot now. Versus Iceman's overpair. 150 from Iceman gets the call from Tillman. And Nostramamus coming along somehow. Tillman may have a straight here. If he has the 4, he's got a straight.
475.
Checks to Nostramamus. Who makes it 475. Into the muck goes the 9s. Tillman deciding to just go for the jam here.
Yeah, so do I.
Nostramamus having to fold. He had the 4 deuce offsuit. Okay. Just when you think you've got Tillman figured out, he's playing the 4 deuce offsuit. I see, Kyle. So it's a reference to Tillman's physical therapy practice. Yeah.
You would just call, you could have gotten more money.
Patty giving tips there. I'm with her. If you just flat there, she could give you some more money. Like you go and pop it on the turn like Tillman did. What are you getting action from? The second question would be, what rivers are you afraid of? There's really no rivers that you have to be that scared of, especially against such an aggressive player. Mike Bell with the ace-king, going to raise over these whimpers here. Makes it 100. Tillman continues with his suited ace. Chris going to set mine, I imagine, with these 6s, and he will. And Chris flops the set of 6s on his 8-6 deuce spade board. 2 spades. Tillman, what the nut spade draw. Tillman going to overbet the pot. He makes it $500. Not sure what message we're trying to send here. Chris just flatting with the set. Going to give Tillman the chance to fire again as Chris fills up on this deuce of diamonds turn. Check, check. 4 of hearts. Tillman bricks his draw out. Tillman giving it up. Chris does not get a bluff out of Tillman. 6 is full of deuces, though. Going to net him an additional $730 more than he had a couple of minutes ago. Drummer Boy, no, I don't believe that individual has been playing. I don't know anybody by that name. Big Plays was cheering for no spade. You're trying to spare Tillman? Yeah, I guess you're a Tillman fan there. Spade would have potentially been unfortunate for him on that river. Nothing worse than drawing dead and getting there. See Mike Bell 3-betting those 9s from the small blinds. Kevin going to call with the ace-queen. Heads up we go. King 7-4. 9's out front. Kevin with just no pair. Not much in terms of draws. Gonna just have to let it go. We see Snoopy, Chris, and Tillman all up 4 figures at this point. Nostramamus having a rough night. Prestige called it a night some time ago. And unfortunately, time's bluff there for him. Iceman in the red as well. Still a long way to go, though. Just barely into the 3rd hour of our show this evening. Snoopy raising the king-queen suited. Getting 2 takers here. Iceman going to be looking for that case deuce. Does not find it. Snoopy going to find top pair. Probably not going to find himself any additional money, though, on this board. Unless Iceman decides to bluff here with pocket deuces. Oh my. Iceman making it 375. Tillman's hands but a distant memory. Snoopy with top pair, not blocking any of the bluffs here. Not holding any diamonds. Not holding any of the straight blockers. Does make the call. And turns 2 pair now. Top 2 for Snoopy. On the Queen of Hearts. Iceman thinking the better of it. 9 on the ends. Snoopy going to try one more time to get Iceman to put some money in. And he's not doing it. That was a 1 and done bluff there. Snoopy going to take that one. Yeah, I feel like Snoopy's got to have like a Woodstock card protector if you're going to be Snoopy. Got to find him a little Woodstock figure maybe. Kyle wondering my opinion on wearing sunglasses at the poker table. It's not something that I do. If that's something you're into, that's fine. It does make it a little bit more impersonal, which personally I think interacting with people is a feature of live poker, not a bug.
Yeah, I kind of want to just hop in and see what it's like.
And we're just holding up while we get
We're looking for players. So
we get an add-on sorted out for Iceman, I think, and production's also got to press a bunch of buttons.
I think they have
It's blind versus blinds. It's optimizing someone blind versus blinds. Limits pot.
Yeah, I just kind of want to sit down and see how it is, and then kind of like look up how not to dump.
Got to flop eventually.
Those games, those like games that
And you know, some people find the lights bright and headache-inducing, and that's a valid reason to wear sunglasses. It's like I said, just not something that I do myself. Not just because I have the prescription glasses. Like, I could always have gotten the glasses that have the clip-on sunglasses
back to Canada.
as opposed to the transition lenses. I think we're still in a brief hold here as we figure out a production thing. slash
Where are we at? What's
take care of an add-on.
You had too many chips. I know. They asked what was going on, and I said you had too many chips.
asking about the words of action?
Oh.
I think the source of confusion was whether Iceman could rebuy for as much as he was trying to there. This is a match the stack game. You can only match up to the big stack. You can't surpass it. Apologies while we figure this out. Okay, we got some buttons getting pressed. We got optimized with the chalk to one nuts, the jack deuce. Tillman just checking the ace 10, which is still the best hands on this queen 7-4 flop. Thanks for bearing with us there. Check, check again, I think. That was a brick turn. Check, check again. Nice river for optimize. Picks up a pair of deuces. And it is $22 richer for that deuce on the end.
Mel wants me to remind you guys, please, if you're going to do an add-on, to let us do it before we start dealing, because then we get a hiccup. Thank you. Small, big, Chris. 12%.
Maybe you should wait your deal for the add-ons.
I'm wondering my WSOP schedule this year. A lot of the 1500 mixed events, starting with the dealer's choice, and then some Hold'em events, 1500 and under. I'll get around Vegas a little bit. Like my first tournament's actually going to be at Wynn, a deuce to 7 triple draw. And I'll try and hit up the 1100 mixed game mega satellites.
I agree.
We'll see about the main. I don't know about the main yet. Depends on how the summer goes. I'm sure I'll just randomly fire something online as well. Iceman out flopping Tillman. What's your schedule like if you're going out to Vegas? Let us know in the chat. Tell you how I'm going to warm up for those mixed events, though. I'm going to go out to TCH Houston, and I'm going to play the 08 Stud 8 mix tomorrow. I'm going to play the horse on Wednesday.
Hey, Kevin, it's your 10.
It's been a little bit since I've had the chance to sit down in either of those games.
I have 20.
Should I look at your cards too?
Not since the last time I'd been out in Vegas, actually, in February.
Me too. Every single hand that I thought I had.
Mixed game tables can be fun, I got to say that. And then, like I mentioned earlier, like that's about the cheapest way to end up playing with somebody famous. Aces this time for Nostradamus. Facing a raise on a call.
No.
Price is going to be 205. Kevin folded. There we go. Chris folded. Optimizes Tillman both calling. We go three ways. 6-4 deuce. That's going to be a gut shot for Optimize. I mean, Nostradamus putting a pretty hefty price tag on this flop. $600, almost full pot, which is going to chase out the draw.
Ace in this deck?
Have a good night, Rena. Thanks for watching.
Alright, guys, good luck. That is my time. Thank you very much.
All right, dealer change, which means that we're going to have a bomb pot. Back after this. check out that Poker Atlas Tour event that's going on at TCH Houston all this week. $500,000 guarantee main this weekend, TCH Houston. Nice room. I got out there for the first time on Saturday. Not quite the results I was hoping for. I wish I were as good at hitting 3-outers as some of those guys out there. All right, and here comes some cards for the POL Bomb Pot.
Bomb pot.
As we usually do on these dealer changes here.
Yes, that shows how much attention I am paying.
There we go. All right,
Jack 10-4 Rainbow and 5-4-3 Couple of Spades from Andy, our new dealer. King High Spades for Nostramamus. Lots and lots of checking. I see a 3 for Optimize. I see a flop straight for Mike Bell and a straight flush redraw for Mike. Nostramamus potting it to 80. Optimize and tilling the callers there. Oh my, we would have seen a straight flush, but they folded. Threes full of 8s for Optimize on bottom and on top. Looks good. He calls Nostramamus' 320 river bet there. And a pair of 10s is going to beat a pair of 9s on top. Spades on the bottom. I'd hate to be the person who folded the 7-6 of spades there on that. That would have been a golden river on bottom, and
You always do.
such is life, though. It's a one-way hand at the end of the day.
Established.
straddle 10, we straddle 20. Tier 5, Kevin.
Back to Hold'em, 2, 5, 10. I think we got 20 on.
Probably saved a lot of money.
Snippy with the suited ace. And Snippy's going to get 2 takers there. Mike going to flop the gut shot. We check through. Deuce iron's not going to help anybody. Ace-9 high, still best. See if anybody wants to express interest. Mike wants to express interest. Makes it $100, and Nostramamus goes nowhere, and queen on the end. Let's see if this is another stop and go from her, maybe? It is. It is. It's good work, too. $300. Goes big again. This is a spot where Mike has the missed draw. Like, he can beat a spade draw. That's the thing. Ace high can beat a spade draw here, actually. Or anything else that's decided to just be silly. He's going to raise to 800. He's going to rebluff. And he's going to get it through. Just when you think they're going to zig, they zag.
Blinds, guys. 2, 5, 10. Is it 20 or 25? $20 per hour. 20's live, guys. 20 go. 2 folds, 3 folds, 4 folds, 5 folds, 6 folds, 8 folds.
Mr. Mama's going to get back in there. Going to whip the 10-7 suited on the button. Mike with the ace-jack. Going to make it 80. Snoopy with an offsuit ace, a middling offsuit ace. Gonna make the call. Feel like that's more of a 3-better fold for him there. Which invites seat 5 in. And now everybody misses. We check through. 5 pairs.
I'm gonna color down.
Right where we were. Color down. That's a bold move. 75 from Snoopy. Mike gonna call the ace-jack high, and he's gonna drill the jack on the river.
How many chips do you think it would take to like break its table?
Snoopy not gonna fire again though. Ace-jack was good anyway. Now you go from hoping for a cheap showdown to not minding if he fires another one in there. So if you're going to color down, the question is how far down would you go? So like, are we going to just like hand them one of those purple 500s and say, bring me back a rack of red? Or like, maybe we are going to switch to 4-8 limit and we just bring out like 5 racks of the $1 chips maybe? Which I have to say, one of the key features of a 4-8 limit game is the visual of massive and massive chips in the middle.
Yeah, you have to round them.
3 folds, 4 folds, on all ends, is it all chips, or is it increments of 5?
You can't bet like 13.
She's saying all chips. She's saying all chips.
All chips played.
She's saying because ones are in play.
That's what I just said.
5 calls, 6 calls. I'll just 8 folds.
You can't bet like 13.
Yeah, you can't bet $270.
9 makes it 100.
I think if you go all in and you have like 3 chips behind, so like I don't think the 3 chips are in the pot.
For me?
Usually they're.
Mike racing over Nostradamus' limp again.
They're going to the dealer anyway.
She's going to limp call. And 5-5-3 is not what either player was really hoping for here.
I thought, 1, 2 there. I think it has to be 2.
See if Mike continues.
I think it's just the biggest.
175.
Like in 1, 2 you
horrible
could
flop from my hand.
bet like 13, where there's like that.
It does make the folds.
All my cards were red. All both of them.
Increments of 1 rather than like $5. This is more of like a $5 game.
So by the stakes of the game, they determine the increment. And it's an arbitrary number alongside on the card.
Like 1, 2, and 1, 3, it's like the ones play. Because
But they play here, you just said. It's the increment they round to that we're talking about.
yeah.
3 folds. 10. 4 raises 35. 5 calls, 6 folds.
Chris with aces. Unfortunately, now one of those spots where it doesn't look like he can get paid. But what do I know? 4 deuce, ace 6 offsuit. Why not? Let's get in there. And why not flop 2 pair of your Tillman, 4-3 deuce. Nostramamus with the higher straight draw there. Chris's 100 gets called by Tillman, gets called by Nostramamus. Queen of spades, Chris has the aces, and he now has the nut spade draw. Never mind this graphic. It's 4-3 deuce queen with 3 spades on the board. Over to Chris again, who does have the nut spade draw. Is going to need to find some improvement here. Going to need an ace, queen, 3, or spade. And there's the queen, aces and queens. Tillman making 3 pair on this river, which will shut it down. Check, check. 1337. A very wheat number heading Chris's way. That was a nice hand, wasn't it? Now for hand number 70. The old suck resuck. It's the downside of 4 deuce, though. You make 2 pair, you could easily find yourself getting 3 paired.
6 raises to 40.
They asked me 8 calls.
9 folds.
Ace. Okay. Aces and 9s.
4 players.
Another 4-way flop here. A lot of clubs. Kevin, Chris, and Optimize all with the club draw. Tillman with the gutter. Chris also with the open ender. Kevin has the best club, the ace of clubs. His 50 gets the call from Chris, who has the combo draw. Turn's going to pair the jack, so these draws got a lot less nutted. 125 from Chris. We'll get the ace of clubs out of there. And Ragnar, very low stakes poker there. Pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters. Yeah. Are you playing Hold'em or are you playing 5-card draw? I feel like when we're playing for pennies, we're usually playing 5-card draw around the kitchen table.
I haven't played I just feel like that's like the bullets on fire. Walk away and play cat.
Yeah.
3-way flop. Everyone flops a pair. Kevin gonna go a 3rd pot with the best pair. Everyone calls. The king is gonna give the gut shot to seats 5 and 6 there. They'll both be looking for a queen. 175 from Kevin does just get called by Nostramamus. Tillman gets out of there. 8 of clubs. No hope for anyone. Kevin gonna win if we get to showdown. She will not let it get to showdown, of course. At least not for cheap. She's gonna go $500 there, over there, Nostramamus. In seat 5. with yet another stop and go. Kevin, though, a top pair. Perfect candidate. It's a bluff catch. He does flick it in. Seems like an unnecessary bit of aggression there. Are you trying to get a king to fold? That's what I want to know. Do you think he got there with a king? And do you think it'll fold? Yeah, 5-card draw sounds about right. Like, honestly, like last year, like I did call rounds a 5-card draw at the dealer's choice just for the hell of it. I may well do that again next week. Like, I tend to go draw games. I tend to go more limit deuce to 7 triple draw, though. I like to go low. $40 from Kevin. Iceman squeezing. King Queen offsuit. Kevin's ace queen suited, though. Certainly Hannah could continue. Nostramamus cold calling here with a king 10 offsuit. Now, if I'm Kevin, I'm strongly considering a 4-bet now. He does just call, though. Once you get the cold call, I think you're much better served raising and getting it heads up. Instead, we go a million ways, and Snoopy flops bottom set here with his 3s. A hand that you probably could have gotten rid of pre-flop. We check through. The ugly 4 of hearts turn. It does put 4 to a straight there. Nobody with a straight draw. We check through. The 8 of spades doesn't actually change anything. Set of 3s are going to be good. We're not going to see any more money in this pot. Patty rips in $1,100, which is a slight overbet. And can we fold a set here? Check, 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 all in.
1,095.
Andy getting him the number. 1,100 and change. As played, I think this is a call. He does make the call. He's going to get the good news. He called? Yeah.
That 3s is good. Nice hand.
She takes it like a champ. Nostramamus going to get stuck there.
You out here, Patty?
Yeah, I'm done.
Patty's out.
Going to call it a night. Thanks for playing. Question was, the big play is wondering who did Chris stack. He had stacked Prestige earlier in the night, where there was an ill-timed bluff there. That was about half of that profit, and then he just had a couple of decent spots with big pairs where he was able to make some money. Like that hand not that long ago against Tillman where he had the aces. He made 2 pair against Tillman's 3 pair. And Ragnar, the things with the mixed games at the series, like the mixed game dealers, like there's like a pool that are mixed game dealers who theoretically know how to deal those games. And the way you deal them, like there's 20 choices, but they all boil down to about 3 or 4 different games. Like you have flop games, stud games, and draw games. And then it's either like no limit, pot limit. Some of them split the pot, some of them don't. It's like it's the same building blocks. We just changed the hand rankings around a little bit. Of course, A3 is going to win a pot here.
You're too nice. I know. I'm used to it. Especially the bluff. They're trying to bluff everybody.
Alright, guys, all good. Calls, heads up.
8-7 versus 9-6. 8-7 pulls ahead for Optimize. Mike does have the gutter. You see Mike making the check raise over Optimize's bet here. Optimize undeterred. King of Spades, pretty much a dud of a turn. At least for the ranges we're dealing with at this point. Now, Mike, our check raise are going for the overbet on the turn. $600. Optimize wants to see how much money's behind. Wondering what might happen on the river. If he calls, river pot's going to be like 1,600 going to the river. There's probably going to be more going in on the river. Probably. I mean, he's going to let it go. I get it. I get it. Like if this is the turn bet, like what's going to be like $2,000 on the river? And we're sitting there with a not so great pair, has an even worse kicker, assuming we don't drill the gutter. We'll see if we get any of these seats filled as we go along here. Still over an hour to go here on TCH Live. Coming to you from Austin tonight, William Waddy, the New York Knit, with you once more. Chris raising over the limp, and Mike gonna just casually 3-bet the 10-8 suited, which will get Tillman out of there, and we'll get Chris's better 10 out of there. Okay. Well done. Snoopy's still our big winner. Chris and Mike having pretty good nights. Ace Jack suited for Tillman. Kevin calls. Mike's got him pipped. Mike gonna go for another one of those 3 bets, this time with a stronger holding. We see another Ace Jack offsuit just get out of the way. Tillman rips it $1,500, putting Mike Bell to the test here. Tillman with maybe a snugger image, except when he decides to play 4-2 offsuit. I like the ace queen a little bit better if we're suited. This has a chance of working. If I have a tighter opponent, I could just let it go. What do you guys do in the chat?
14.35.
Tillman putting in the 4-bet. As it works, Tillman gets the job done with the aggression. Tillman stealing a pot. Well done, Tillman. And that gets him into the green for the evening. Optimize is going to raise over some limps and is going to get 0 respect. 3 ways we go. Queen e8 will put Iceman ahead. Optimize is going to continue here on what's a pretty good board for him. Makes it 60. Top pair is going nowhere, obviously. Four of clubs is no help to Optimize. Backdoor not going to come in for him. We'll go for the second barrel here. 220 is the number. Iceman can easily call a top pair. Nine on the end. Does Iceman go for it again? Or does Optimize go for it again, rather? I think Optimize, Iceman can call. But he does face a bet. He gives up, though. And blocking the straight there. I think I see a dealer change in our future. Andy's stepping out. Well done, Andy. We'll get a new dealer in here and back after this.
Attention Houston poker players, May 18th through May 30th at Texas Card House Houston. Over $1 million in tournament guarantees in the Poker Atlas Tour. 12 big tournament events including the $200,000 guaranteed Mystery Payday event, the $100,000 guaranteed Pot Limit Omaha Payday bonus, and the $500,000 guaranteed No Limit Hold'em title event. Buy-ins range from $300 to $1,100. Full event details, structures available at texascardhouse.com and on Poker Atlas.
All right. Just heard about that Poker Atlas series we got going on here. It's been a fun one so far. Check that out if you have the chance. I liked what I saw. I'm going to come back for more. Here comes the bomb pot. All right, everyone's got their cards. Reduced rainbow and 10-8-7 with clubs. See a baby club draw and baby 2 pair for optimize. Iceman with an overpair both ways. Lots of checking. Giving diamond 6 of hearts. Bottom board straightens out. I see a straight for Tillman. And for Kevin C. And for Chris, who makes it 70. Chris does have the Jack High Club redraw. Tillman calling with the straight and the 10-6 for 2 pair. Nothing on top though. Kevin does have the top right now with the pair of kings. 6 of diamonds and a 3 of hearts on the rivers. Kevin gonna get 3/4 here if we get to showdown. Kings with a jack, gonna be good surprisingly. And then the straight is gonna be good for half of a half. Chris potting it, just with that straight on the bottom, same one as Kevin's got. Tillman calling with an inferior straight, as will Kevin. So Kevin and Chris with the Jack 9 for the Jack High straight. Gonna chop the bottom, and then Kevin's king is gonna take the top, and Tillman gonna get scooped here. Cracks Peanuts saying ace queen's a fold, no gamble needed in a cash game. It depends on your opponent. Like honestly, some of these crazy games that we get here in Texas, there's players where I can definitely make that call with ace queen. Tillman's not one of them though, if we're being honest. Like having seen a lot of hours of Tillman footage and having played with him off stream some, I'm not calling him with ace queen. A couple of the players who maybe aren't here anymore, I sure as hell am calling with ace queen. Because they're very aggressive players, and ace queen is great against players who are shoving white. I mean, the fact that we can even have that conversation is a testament to how great the poker can be here in Texas. If you look at my game here and my game in Vegas, like those are actually pretty different games for the most part. Back to Hold'em 2, 5, 10, 20. Quite pitching the cards out here. He's pitched an ace and a king over to Chris. Gonna make it 60. Snoopy with a decent suited ace. On the button, chooses the flat. And we're gonna go heads up to the flop. Jack 5-2 still miss both of these players. Check, check. Eight of spades will also miss both of these players. Chris will go for the delayed C bet. Snoopy makes the folds.
20.
Looks like we got the 20 on again.
Nine raises to 60. One fold. Three fold. Four fold. Three chips. Eight chips.
Mike with the gutter. Check through. Ace-8 still best for Tillman. Nobody wants to put any money in here. Ace-8 high is going to just take the pot. Now the small one heads Tillman's way.
No, we went to Maui last week. Second half of last week. It was really good.
Two, 5, 10, 20 again.
It's perfect all the time. I mean, even when it rains, it's like a
30
drizzle,
minutes.
like an enjoyable, yeah.
Right.
Snoopy makes it 50 with the ace king of diamonds. Only Mike comes along with the jack-8 offsuit. They both missed here, 6-4-3 with hearts. Mike gonna lead into Snoopy, who's not going anywhere yet. Queen of Diamonds, not the over either of these players was hoping for. Either of them were hoping for.
I just look at how many times they make the cut. But I had him and
Mike checks, and now Snoopy pounces, and Mike thinks the better of it. Step out for a moment, but keep it right here. They're going to keep playing. I'll be right back.
It's all good. 9 raises to 40, 8 folds, 6 8 folds. They were coming again, man. The nines have been crazy tonight, huh?
Not a bump.
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that. That's cool. So what, at 15? Right. The optimize at 15.
That's wrong. He's 10. And
Yeah, so the dealer button is correct. So 2.
No.
No, only on dealer change.
Alright, now we're right.
As I'm back. I miss much.
Maybe that or
Looks like that was a fairly tame last pot. See Ragnar rolling the 99. Good for you.
I don't know.
But she's gonna give it away. Might as well take it.
2. One check.
They both picked up a straight draw there. Nice man's aggression gonna get Snoopy off the ace. No, Ragnar, I don't think that we're going to have any polish for Clay's head here. Sorry.
She did pay her house off. That's probably a smart thing to do. Go pay her house off.
Yeah.
How much was it? Second place, right?
I think she got 175, finishing second.
Good enough to get second.
I'm not even gonna watch the stream, it's so bad.
Mike making it 60 with the king queen. Optimize gonna hang in there. He's got the 6s. And 6s remain ahead on 10-5-4. Mike gonna continue here. Do you have the backdoor straight to go with the 6s? Not that scary of a flop against the opener. Optimize gonna say, I don't think you got it. Makes it 325, and Mike's saying, nope, I don't got it. And I'll go Optimize his way, and got to look at the winners here as we head into Power Hour here. The last hour here. See if this game's going to escalate any further than it already has. We already see most of these players above $4,000, perhaps even above $5,000 in this 2-5-10 game from TCH Austin. Thank you so much for being here, all of you. Thanks if you've hit the like button already. Thanks if you've hit the subscribe button already. Not too late to do those things if you haven't and you're enjoying this. And if you're watching this in the future on our archives, those buttons still work. And this flop is going to be working for a couple of our players here. Optimize and Kevin both with top pair. Tillman with the club draw. I'll make it 125 and get everyone out of there. Tillman turning up the heat a little bit here. Ragnar, I wouldn't tempt fate like that. I don't know how it works. What an awful way that would be to go busto. Iceman. Wonder if he might be steaming a little bit. He's going to 3-bet the 6-4 of spades. He's going to get cold by Tillman. 8-7 will at least think the better of it. Oh my. Open-ended straight flush draw for Iceman. Middle pair for Tillman. 125 gets quickly called. The 6 will improve Iceman to the best hands. Check, check. And the 4 on the ends will give Iceman 6s and 4s. 4 was straight on the board, though. $250 from Iceman. Will Tillman decide to bluff catch with his pair of 5s? Spades did miss. He will make the call. He will get shown the 2 pair. And this one's going to head Iceman's way. Iceman working his way out of the hole. 200's not that much to be stuck in this game. That's like one moderately sized pot here. And we're moving at a good clip. We're already 86 hands in. Like, we're going to sail past 100 hands tonight.
Yeah. But I would jump on it so I can decide. Yeah. Have something else come up. They don't call you either. No.
Snoopy flatting that raise with a suited ace. Optimize with kings. No, that's a 3-bet from Snoopy, actually. 165, and now Optimize. Perhaps going to make a 4-bet here. It's a lot of black chips. $450 it is. Oh, ace-king for Chris. Cooler in progress. You see a raise, a 3-bet, and a 4-bet in front of you, and now you wake up with ace-king offsuit. Do we consider the 5-bet? especially out of position. We do have blockers to aces and kings. A Colts 5-bet would look incredibly strong. He makes the fold. Optimize. Not going to get another penny. Folds of the night for Chris.
I hope it's like ace queen. Yeah. That's what I
But I
hope.
don't really. I try to go to one game.
That made me feel
I had to make it this year, but if
a little less.
Folds ace king without putting a single dollar in the pot, rather.
Jack.
Yeah, king. King crazy. Big fold. They're pretty good. Good fold.
Kings, that'd be really big.
What'd you have?
I'll say it, Chris. That's okay.
I laid down kings right there, you know?
Might lay down. Definitely lay down ace queen. It's that
We got the 20 on.
So it was a good fold.
Now Chris with ace queen. Won't be folding this time. Like, imagine you 5-bet. Like, I guess we're going to 5-bet fold to 6-bet. Is that the idea there?
If you called 5-bet, I would have folded.
Yeah.
No doubt.
What'd you have, queen?
C-bet will get the job done.
Ace king. It wasn't suited. If it was suited, I might raise.
So now you have to tell without lying.
He fesses up to it.
Reasonable.
With that many people behind me though, like I don't know.
I wonder what the computers would think about that.
I've got all the betters behind me.
We have any solver nerds in the chat that want to
He just called, so I don't know.
that want to give us the numbers there?
Just call in a 4-bet. That's a little weird. I had at least one of those
55 is the raise from Tillman.
Dominated, so I don't know.
Mike defends his straddle. And Tillman flaps himself a gut shot here. Gets a C-bet through. Ted, I don't think anybody fesses down.
I didn't like when you were banking there, though.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Live to punt another day, you know.
Yeah. This guy's seriously considering entering this pot at this point. This is about as narrow a range as a guy could have. Yeah, exactly.
I think what you do with that ace-king in that spot is, again, very opponent dependent. Like, there are some characters where I'm just never ever folding ace-king pre. I'm trying to pile it in pre. I don't think Optimize is one of those players. Chris with a diamond draw here. We go check, check, and Chris now picks up a pair. And takes the pot.
Jinx me, dude. Slippery.
Be sure to join us at least 5 days a week here on TCH Live. I believe Dallas is back up and running, and you'll see the big game tomorrow. Thursday, we've got a special PLO final table from TCH Houston, part of the Poker Atlas series running there. Be sure and watch that. We've straddled all the way up to 40.
There's no way.
Mike opens up that suited ace and gets through.
I'd much rather have 6-7 than ace king there.
Yeah, a lot easier to play.
Yeah, you know where you're at after the flop.
You know where you're at. Huh? The offsuit variety.
And maybe a bit before you hear me in here again, just because I'll be in Vegas for the whole series. We'll see if we can make it happen, or I call a show from out there. If not, I guess I'll be seeing you in August after the dust settles on all the poker. Try and drop by the chat and say hi every now and then. Of course, you can follow me on social media at Lottie William, at LAHTI William, Instagram and Twitter. See what I'm up to out on the tournament streets. Queen Jack versus 4-3. Something for everyone here. Top pair for Iceman, bottom 2 for Mike. Mike gonna play it fast here. Gonna raise over Iceman's 125 C bet. Mike making it $400. Not blocking the top pairs that can be calling, the over pairs that can be calling, and he will call. Not a lot of turns Mike has to be afraid of here. 6 isn't one of them. 6 of hearts there. Checks over to Mike. Over thousands in the middle already. See what the next bet looks like. Feel like we're probably looking at about 600 or 700. Or 800. This is where top pair mediocre kicker doesn't feel as great. A set is certainly a possibility. You don't expect the 4-3 quite as often. 4s and 3s are definite possibilities. And we see Iceman making the call. Stacked to pot a little under 1 here as we go to the river. Iceman needing a queen, jack, or 6 to bail him out. Instead, we get a 5 on the river. 4 was straight on the board, but how often does Iceman have a 7 reduce here? Not that often. I think Mike's got the green-white to go for it here. I think he'd have a harder time getting paid now. I do think he has the green-white to go for it. If he's got a set of queens, God bless him.
now.
900 goes on the smaller side. About a third pot. Feels value-y. Iceman decides no more. Huge one heading over to Mike Bell in seat 9. And I think that'll also do it for Clay. Left us on a high note there with that hands. That was a big one. And we'll get a dealer change here, which means we're going to get another double board PLO bomb pot. Get the deck changed out, and in the meantime, reminds all of you Dallas folks, there's the Jackpot Bounty Tournament coming up this Wednesday. Jackpot at 55.80 right now. Definitely want to check out if you're up there. Over in Las Colinas, you lose with a full house in Hold'em, aces full in Omaha. You get a table share order of Bad Beat Bacon. TexasCardHouse.com/badbeatbacon for the details there. Also, be sure to check out the $500,000 Guaranteed Poker Atlas Tour main event, TCH Houston, this weekend. PLO happening over the next couple of days. Final table will be streamed on Thursday. That main event table will also be getting streamed next week on this very channel, TCH Live. Be sure and give that a watch, give that a like. And here comes some flops for us. I believe this is Rob in the box. King Queen 7-5 is going to be a pair and a 2 pair, and we insta check through. That was quick. Tillman's got trip 6s. And then I see some 2 pairs. I see some straight draws. I see Mike potting it. 5-3-3 deuce is going to be a 5, I guess. Only Tillman calls. Problematic river for him. The diamonds get there on the top. On the bottom, the 5's going to be good. Tillman gets and bets and gets called. 5s and deuces for Mike. That's what it is. Tillman and Mike Bell going to chop it up with some fairly light holdings for a bomb pot. But good enough. All right, back to Hold'em as we continue in the final hour here on TCH Live. 9s for Chris, gonna make it $35. Someone flatting the Jack-4 offsuit. Heads up, we go to the flop. So far, so good for the nines on this queen 6-5. Check, check. There's another queen. Chris will feel better about that. That's less queens that Tillman could have. They'll go for the 50 and get the fold from Tillman.
Nobody's even been set yet, though.
No, I did. Yeah. When I was helping Mike get a king.
That one.
The flop, yeah.
How much is it?
600.
Looks like we have the 20 and the 40 going on.
You bet yourself off.
We'll have to see it. Got that power hour action going. Can we get the 80 on? Can we get the 160 on? Probably not.
Yeah. I mean, if you definitely want to start building,
You can't re-straddle all the way to the button.
But you want to make sure you see 4 cards, right?
yeah. So maybe like bet small in the flop, and maybe some.
I think we've just had a misdeal.
Yeah.
Cards came back. The straddles were all right where they were, so we're going to go with a misdeal there.
Yeah, like.
Don't know what happens. Maybe 2 cards got exposed. Maybe some cards got stuck together.
There's got to be $50 in the pot.
It happens.
It's 10 times the big one.
I mean, if you have pocket 9, there's not 50 in there by the flop.
Something's wrong.
You know, if those pocket 9s would have made quads, that actually would have been the quads of the day jackpot here. Optimize is going to have a go at that with his pocket 9s. Makes it 160 over all the straddles. Chris with the king queen. We'll defend that straddle. Ace king for Mike. He says raise. That'll be 525, I believe. This is deep enough that 9s can call as a set mine. Not to mention a quad mine. He does make the call. King, queen off gets out of there, understandably so. We go heads up to the flop. Ace, king versus 9s. Which side of this flip do you have? It's the ace that looks like it's going to prevail on this ace-7 deuce rainbow flop. It's the scary over for Optimize, especially in a 3-bet pot. 400 from Mike, who can have all the good aces. And the pairs that are bigger than 9s. But all the good aces, like ace-king. And that's the end of the line for Optimize.
Best flop to see right there.
Live by the flip, die by the flip. My ace king would suck out on the 9s. I'd have so much more money the way last summer went, just saying. I'd have so much more money. Two, 5, 10, 20.
Nice on the straddle.
About another half hour to go.
Represent like, you know,
So in limps the king jack. I imagine Chris gonna put a little money in with the suited connector. 75 is the raise. Selman will come along. And we go heads up. Pair for Chris, but 2 pair for Tillman. On King Jack 5. Chris continues and gets promptly check raised by Tillman, which will shut it down.
Tillman's not folding these small bets.
Top 2, right?
Yeah. Maybe I should have called with like my 5.
Put you on a 5. Like,
Yeah.
It's a 5.
Iceman going to make it 60 over the $20 straddle with the pocket fours. Tillman flatting and Chris with the ace king. Don't think he's going to fold it this time. Going to stick a 2 in front of that 60. 260 it is. Iceman getting the price to set mine. Tillman, not quite as much, playing only 1,200 deep, but he will call anyway. Ace King of Diamonds versus 4s and 6s. And nobody loving this Queen 10-9 2-heart flat. Gutter for Chris to go with his overs. Chris out of position. But this is a board where it's going to check through with these exact holdings. There's another 9. A bunch more outs for Chris here. Tillman or Iceman could end up, Tillman and Iceman rather, could end up getting 3 paired here. With a queen or a 10. Iceman going to make it 350 when checked to the second time. And everyone folds. So a nice little pickup for Iceman there with the aggressive action. Another look at these V-pips. Everyone's above the line. The 2 players that were above 40% are no longer in the game. Does correlation imply causation? I'll leave that up to you to decide. Optimize going to go duck hunting here. No ducks in sight, but nothing great for Queen 9 either. Check, check. 6 of diamonds, another dud. Check, check. 7 of spades means that these deuces are going to hold.
Check.
Can we get to showdown? Yes, we can. Deuces will beat no pair. Only the queen playing on that paired board, not the 9. Snoopy, Mike, Chris, and Kevin all up 4 figures. As we have the 20 on again. Michael Tilton, I think you were right the first time. That's just a guess. Chris raising it up here. Optimize going to defend with a suited Broadway. Heads up we go. Jack 7-3. Unexciting for both of these players. Chris with the pre-flop betting lead. Going to continue for 50. Optimize does have backdoors and the over, so he is going to float. To the turn we go. Over 200 in the middle. Gin turn for Optimize. The Queen of Diamonds giving him the open-ended straight flush draw. Optimize, I think, is looking to lead this turn. 250, which is going to chase those fours out of there.
So I was ahead.
Alan, I have no idea how the dealer tips work here, whether they're kept or they're split. I don't know.
King high.
I'm not a dealer. I'm just somebody who comes in here and runs my mouth for 4 hours every so often. Yeah. If you are interested in working at Texas Card House, I'm sure there's details on how to apply to one of TCH's 6 locations: Austin, Rio Grande Valley, Dallas, Las Colinas, Houston, and Spring. All those locations at texascardhouse.com. Yeah, I honestly don't know the answer to that question. We see some clubs for Tillman. We see some bigger clubs for Kevin. We see a raise and a 3-bet. And we see Mike with ace-king and probably a 4-bet on the way. 275 is the 4-bet, which will clear out Tillman. Over to Kevin with the dominated king-queen. But it is suited. See how he navigates here if he ends up flopping a dominated top pair. As he does make the call, we go heads up. Kevin versus Mike. Ace-10-4, something for everyone here. Top pair for Mike. Combo draw for Kevin. Clubs and a gut shot. Faces a $200 bet. As much as he'd love to raise the draw, I think you just have to call. This ace is too good for Mike. He does make the call. $1,000 in the middle as we go to the turn. 4 of spades. No help for Kevin. See if Mike gives us a turn bet here to make those draws pay to get there. $700, about 3/4 pot. Little under 3/4, more like 70% pot. Board pairing is kind of unfortunate there. Ace of clubs no longer a queen out. Kevin assembling what look like calling chips. He does make the call. 2,400 in the middle as we go to the river. Heads up. Kevin needs a club. Kevin does not get a club. He gets a 5 of hearts. He has nut, no pair. Mike has aces and 4s with a king.
can't catch a fucking thing all goddamn night.
And Mike went pretty big there. I don't have the official number. It looked like about $1,500. Just eyeballing it and got the job done. Trying to say he might have had the missed club draw. That's not the case, of course. With that, Mike now the big winner. Kevin's profit evaporating there. That was hand number 100. Could you have asked for a better hands for hand 100? I don't think so. Hand number 101, and we still got 20 minutes to go. Kevin opening the suited king, Towing going to defend that straddle with an ace. Iceman flaps a heart draw. And the battle gets Tillman's ace out of there.
Like ace king. Stubborn to lay shit down, man.
Hey, once you get that flop on the hand,
You turn another piece of it.
I like your thinking there, Michael Tilton.
Maybe you would have folded for your extra 1,000.
For my extra 1,000?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Who knows? Maybe he's just bluffing.
Looks like we're going to have some straddle on straddle action, maybe. Kevin going to raise that ace. And Kevin going to take it with that ace.
It always sucks when you put like so much in the pot and you have to fold.
Yeah,
You call with your pants down. Try and bluff at it, and someone like goes over the top for like an extra 10%.
Thank you.
You're like, oh man.
I figured he had an ace, and he was going to fold.
Maybe ace high flush draw. Maybe you saved a lot of money there. Who knows?
I'll know. This is the shit I've been seeing all fucking night.
Let me see. I think I saw 3. I think I saw black.
Black 3, let's see.
I'm trying to guess and say the 3 of clubs.
Outsmai is honestly saying that he might have seen a black 3.
Not totally right.
Mike out flapping him. A pair of 4s. Outsmai is continuing for 45. Mike on a call with his pair. Clubs on the turn. As Outsmai fire again. His pair outs are still live. 180. And that gets the job done.
I know, I was like, you saw the 3, but I think you saw how black it was 7 when you combine them. Funny how the black does that.
See 2 players up over $3,000 tonight. Not a bad night's work. So we head down the stretch here. Pulling away the New York Knit with you. Mel pressing the buttons on the other side. Rob in the box stealing the cards. Thanks to all of you still here with us. Enjoying a good Monday night of poker here at TCH Austin.
Yeah, I
bet you he'll be here Thursday night until he drives out.
Today was supposed to be your 0%.
Folds all the way to Chris with the ace-10. I'll make it 35. Mike defends his straddle with the suited king. Heads up, we go to the flop. 8-4 deuce. Bottom pair for Mike. Out flopping Chris's ace-10. Check, check. Chris pulling ahead with a pair of 10s on this turn. $30 bet gets called, and then we get a 5 diamonds on the river. Chris with top pair, gonna go roughly 3/4 pot. Trying to say, maybe I missed my hearts. Mike could consider doing something here. Mike gonna raise to 300, and he's gonna get top pair, top kicker to fold. Interesting result there. I wonder if maybe there's this thought that at this point in the night, you don't want to get tangled up with any craziness there. Looks like we got one more dealer change happening. Rob stepping out of the box. Carolyn stepping into the box.
Yeah, I remember I popped in the one screen and I'm like, wait.
And I think this means we'll have one more bomb pot.
Hi.
There you go.
I've seen it where like there's technically.
Carolyn, a longtime fixture of this program here, TCH Live.
Yeah.
Someone told me it actually had phenomenally good viewership.
Yeah, maybe.
That's the night that Lottie was on the table.
Yeah,
His birthday, yeah.
That's funny. The day with no commentating.
I loved it.
That's saying something. It's.
I'm in this audio and I don't like it.
Commentate alone. I hate to commentate alone.
Seems like I get really tired.
Yeah. I feel like a lot longer back then.
True story, doing a solo show does take some out of you. He's not kidding there. Flush draws on both sides. 2 pair for Chris. Top 2 pair for Chris, and then a gut shot on the top. Mike's got aces, and he's got a heart draw, and everyone just goes check, 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 check. And none hearts come in on the bottom. Queen on the top, that's going to be the nut straight for Kevin's Jack 10. Mike makes it 70 with his nut flush, plus gut shot, plus aces. Tillman calls with a set of deuces. We saw the Jack 10 just get out of there. Chris currently with the top, I believe, with the pair of the queens and fives. Make that queens full of fives. And then 4 of hearts on the bottom, so Mike loses to a straight flush. Don't think we have to worry about that. 280 from Mike will get called by Chris. I believe, which means that we'll get a chop once we get this right. Yep. Boat on top, flush on bottom. Chop it up. Thanks for watching, Ragnar. Have a good night. Got another few hands to go here. So don't go anywhere quite yet. I hear that vacuuming too, guys. I hear it too. Someone getting the ace-king this time. That hand definitely making the rounds tonight. Snoopy flatting with the ace-8 suited from the straddle. And both players flopping a gut shot here. Tillman's is actually live, though. And his 60-hour bet will get the quick fold from Snoopy. I never got how Snoopy's black and white and he's supposed to be a beagle. I mean, like there's some color possibilities for hounds like that. Like black and white is a different one though. Usually you got to get some brown in there. 40 is the bet from Tillman's King Jack suited. Kevin calling with his suited ace. Mike now calling with the suited hands, as will Iceman. Optimize is suited as well. There's 5 players. There's only 4 suits in the deck, and they're all being represented here. Diamonds for chaos. How about that? Or how about a rainbow flop and top pair for Kevin, backdoors for everyone else? How about that? 75 from Kevin, top pair, top kicker. I don't actually expect there to be much other action. Iceman does have middle pair to go with his backdoor. So we get a heads up, Kevin versus Iceman. And there's the spade to make things a little bit more interesting. Iceman with the spade draw. We go check, check. Iceman does not find that last spade. Kevin's hand's going to hold up. And he's going to go for some value. He's going to make it 150. Bummer that Iceman has the busted flush draw that could be bluffing. But, like, what's betting flop that doesn't have something there? And Kevin going to take that down as we head to the penultimate hand this evening, hand number 108. Again, be sure and join us all week for action from Dallas, action from Houston, action from Dallas again. And then action from Houston again with that main event final table this weekend. PLO final table on Thursday. Love having the tournament stuff for all of you. 60 for Mike Bell with the ace-queen on the button. Snoopy with king-queen suited on the small blinds. Unfortunate timing for a 3-bet. Makes it, I believe, 225. We see a suited ace just get out of there. Gets off the hook cheap. We see Mike calling here. Mike having Snoopy dominated. Mike having position on Snoopy. As we go heads up, almost 500 in the middle. Ace right in the window. No sweat for Mike. See if he can get a C-bet out of Snoopy, who can have a good ace as a 3-better. Instead, we go check, check. Ooh, the queen on the turn. It is a 3rd diamond, though. Snoopy picking up a pair of queens. Mike with aces up, though. Snoopy checks over to Mike again. Makes it 300. Snoopy is drawing dead here. You could consider folding here with this 3rd diamond. It's not going to get any better for you here. He's going to make the call. So the river we go. 8 of hearts. Not even a card where we could think about bluffing. Plus, he's going to take a page out of Nostramamus' book and maybe go for a little stop-and-go action. He's going to put out the little block bet for 250. Of course, we're not folding aces up. The question is, do we increase the price? Snoopy's trying to name his price for a showdown. Mike is going to say, no, it's going to be more than that. It's going to be $1,000. I'm not sure what you're hoping for Mike to turn over, though, if you call him. That's going to take this line. Like, he did disguise himself with that flop check back. I got to give him credit for that. Snoopy wants to take a look at the stack, maybe? Snoopy letting it go. That one heading Mike's way. Mike going to stack himself some more chips here.
Last hand on the stream.
As we head to the final hands of the evening.
You guys, yeah, they're going to do it.
And it does look like we're going to finish with a bomb pot here. 4 cards, 2 boards, one last time this evening.
Nobody was tanking.
All right. Carolyn gonna give us these cards.
Kevin tanks really long.
All right, 7 players.
I think it's a fun show tonight. Glad we could spend this time together. Got a couple of diamonds on this top board and a couple of spades on the bottom board. Set of 9s for optimize up top. I don't see spades for anyone. Set of 8s for Mike on the bottom. And yeah, the spades come in on the bottom that I don't think anyone has. We check through again. 8 and a 7. We'll have the set of 9s for optimize, the set of 8s for Mike. Some of the least scary runouts. Packish, yeah, these were some awesome hands. Optimize is going to make it 70.
Set up on live stream.
Mike, gonna make a 300, or 280 rather, which is the pot, which will get Snoopy out of there. Fold it back to Optimize, who Interesting, he actually has second nuts on this board, I believe. On the top board, he has the second nuts. He's only losing to kings. There's somehow no straights, no flushes. He does make the call. He and Mike are going to chop up this final pot of the evening. A set and a set. Not often you see those chopping a pot here on these bomb pots. But you never know what you're going to see around here. Mike going to see a giant win for himself tonight. Got one last look at these V-pips. Pre-flop raise stats. Raise first in stats. Thank you all again for watching. See you guys. Whenever I see you again on the stream, I'm sure I'll see you in the chat at some point, but you probably won't hear from me a little bit for a little bit in this booth here. Have a great long weekend, Memorial Day weekend next weekend, and have a good series if you decide to fire anything out in Vegas. I hope I see you out there. For now, on behalf of all the staff here, our producers, David, Kristen, and Mel, I'm William White, the New York Knit, wishing you a wonderful